Order, please rise for the entrance of His Worship Mayor Michael Fougere.
Good evening, everybody. We'll begin the meeting with a prayer. We beseech thee, Lord, to bestow wisdom upon members of this council in order that their decisions may be founded in justice and prudence. Amen. Please be seated. Before we begin our formal agenda, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Councillor Burnett, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, council colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's certainly an honor for me this evening to rise and pay a small tribute to a well-known Regina citizen, Mrs. Joanne Goulet. Joanne Goulet passed away on May 17th at the age of 79. Her name was obviously familiar to any local golfer. She was something of a local legend, even though her family didn't realize it. Her nieces and nephews remember her teaching them to play at a young age. They say she adored kids, spending time with them whenever she could. One of her nieces told the Leader Post after her passing that he knew she loved golf, but they didn't realize all that she had accomplished until they went through many of the old newspaper clippings from decades past. Her career started at 14 with a set of 4 clubs that cost her father $1.50 at an auction and a $3 membership at the Gyro Golf Club. 3 years later, she won her first provincial junior champion. 2 years later, she won again. That was just the beginning. She was the province's amateur champion 9 times, taking runner-up 7 times. She represented Saskatchewan on the amateur team 17 years in a row over the course of 4 decades. After moving into the senior category, she became champion of that division 5 times. She played on 14 senior teams, including both of the provincial squads that won the national championships. Over the course of the 5 decades, she also won an incredible 32 City of Regina championships. Her natural talent was matched only by her hard work, resulting in success at all levels. That includes internationally. She was on Canada's first ever amateur women's championship team, on Canada's international team again in 1964. She was narrowly defeated on the 20th hole at the British Open, one of the world's most prestigious tournaments. She had held course records at the Royal Regina Golf Club, the Wascana Golf Club, and even Saskatoon's Riverside Golf Club. Joanne has been honored in a myriad of ways. She was elected to the Saskatchewan Hall of Fame in 1980. She was inducted into the Regina Sports Hall of Fame in 2004. She was named to the Saskatchewan Golf Hall of Fame in 2010. She was also honored by City Council way back in 1992 when a city course was renamed in her honor. It was the first time in Canada's history that a course was named after a woman. Despite the incredible successes she experienced, Joanne was always humbled. That's why it's important that Council take this opportunity to remember her and the legacy of excellence she left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Well said. Also, before we get to the agenda, I just want to mention that we have an employee who's going to be retiring, and this is his last day at Council, Mr. Neil Vandendort, who has done a great job for the City of Regina. So on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Regina, we want to thank you for your years of service and all the best to you in your retirement. On that note, if I could have a confirmation of the agenda, please, as amended.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Seconder, please. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. In the minutes for the meeting held May 26th, a motion, please.
I'll move those minutes as recorded by the clerk's office, Your Worship.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. Okay, seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Delegations, communications, public notices, bylaws, and related reports. We have a communication from Bill Koss. A motion to adopt or accept Mr. Koss's communication, which is on the zoning bylaw amendment and discretionary use for 2067 Metallic Street. Moved, seconded by Councillor Burnett. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll go to the main report now. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. On Planning Commission. Address is 2067 Metallic Street, and it's an application for a zoning bylaw amendment and is discretionary use. I have before you a rather interesting structure. This is a series of lots that have been vacant for some time, right along 13th and right along Metallic. The proponent would like to build a structure that would include housing as well as commercial. We've talked before about the notion of shopping center being more than 5 commercial spaces. That is possible in this as well. So you have a total of 16 parking stalls underground, You have 13 dwelling units. You have a building square area of 1,733, and you have a number of commercial, probably, I think the number was 7. I don't have that right in front of me. So you have an interesting building here in terms of a place that was vacant, and the Planning Commission looked at this very favorably, and we would look for concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just one question arising from Mr. Koss's submission here. He mentions the Retallick side easements appear to be less than any other of the housing or buildings on Retallick Street. Could someone just comment if that's the case, and if so, why? Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, there might be variety within the neighborhood, but all of the setbacks, and I think that's what's referred to here, meet the standards within the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to D 14-51. This is a delegation from Shadkowski Homes, only if there are questions related to the report coming up, which is Report 66 on the concept plan amendment for Skyview Phase 1. Okay. Councillor O'Donnell, so you want to see the delegation come forward? Okay. So if the delegation listed as D 14-51 from Shadkowski Homes could please come forward. Anybody here? No? You may be asking a question of no one.
Yeah, here she comes.
Are they coming? Great. Thank you very much. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and there will be some questions from members of council.
Sure. I'm Ann Bayless, and I represent.
Well, just
In the middle, press the middle one.
Yeah, the middle. No,
The middle microphone.
The middle, this
Yeah.
one here?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, that's on.
It's on.
It's on? I'm Ann Bayless, and I represent Shatowski Homes, and we would like to build a condominium, a 15-unit condominium on that lot.
Thank you for that. Councillor O'Donnell.
And that was the start of my questions. Thanks very much. So, would you describe the condominiums that you're wanting to build?
They would be custom condominiums with larger balconies, underground parking. The entrance way for would be on Cope Avenue, so that's where people would come in and leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you describe the parking situation, please?
The parking situation would be that there's, I believe, 17 spots underground, and there would be spots outside as well.
Your Worship, so the parking spots are within your property, not on
Correct.
the street? Okay.
Correct.
Is there anything else I need to know about this development from our previous discussion at Planning Commission? Is there anything changed?
Nothing has changed.
Okay. That's good. That's what I needed to correct.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? I think you got off easy tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So before we go to the main report, we do have some communications. Eagle Cove, which represents a number of residents in the area, have a communication CP 14-9. I have a motion to accept this, please. Councillor Young, a seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CP 14-10 is from Keeps Avenue, also affected by this on the same application. A motion to accept that, please. Councillor O'Donnell. Okay, Councillor Verdure seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The main report 14-66. Excuse me. This is about the Skyview Phase 1. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. So I asked the delegation to come forward so that you would understand the structure that will be here, but what you're asked for is a concept plan amendment for the for Parcel A and Skyview. So I'll just cut to the chase real quick. When we talked about this at planning, we spent very little time in terms of what actually would be the structure there. We talked an awful lot about what parking will be occurring in the area. So there's a park that is adjacent to this where a lot of people are parking, and the residents felt it was very unsafe in terms of kids having to cross or get to the park. There is another development farther to the north from here that has, as I understand it, not got a completed parking lot. I think it's a condo development. Is it a condo development? Condo development that's there, and it's not completed. So we had a lot of debate and concern expressed about that. So we at Planning Commission referred back to our administration for them to look at the parking circumstance around there. So you heard from the delegation that they have some underground parking, which should look after some, and there is some on-site parking. And so the idea was, is this going to be enough to look after that area? But if I could ask the administration as well, this is a change to the original concept plan. Can you tell me what was planned there, what is there right now, and what was planned previously, please?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, the original, or what exists on site now, is a single-family dwelling, and it is the dwelling of the developer of the neighborhood, and they've decided to relocate. So normally, into this process, it's adjacent to other R6 or higher density development. At the time, we would have encouraged them to go high density to make it part of a solid, contiguous block at the time.
Sir, if you remember, there was, back when Skyview didn't exist, but there was a proposal, there was a whole pile of trees and there was a house there. The house still sits there, and this is that piece of property. We felt it was our need and our role to respond to the residents by pushing back on the parking for the area adjacent, and that's why there is a study or an inquiry going on with that. But we were comfortable with the development that is proposed here. In other words, I'm suggesting to you that the concept plan amendment is fine, and we would look for concurrence, please.
Other comments on this report? I have one to the administration, and we have two communications of individuals who are opposed to the development. How do we handle their concerns? Maybe that was related to parking, but also size, massing, density. Any comments on that? Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, as Councillor O'Donnell highlighted, one of the biggest concerns that came forward related to parking, which resulted in the referral to look at some of the parking concerns. In terms of the actual development itself, most of the issues are covered off through the normal development process, in that they're looking at underground parking as well as additional parking on their own site.
Okay, good. Councilor Bryce?
So there will be a traffic study done, is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, it's not so much a traffic study to look at volume, because the site's not going to generate that much traffic. It's going from 1 unit to 15, so an increase in 14 units. It's more about the safety elements within the neighborhood, crossings and so forth, and parking locations on the residential streets.
Okay, thank you. The letters don't really focus on the parking, it's more the traffic issues, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps someone can comment on the traffic on this one. Mr. Carlson?
Yes, Your Worship. So traffic was looked at as any development or any proposal to a concept plan, but given the very minimal change in actual density that would lead to any traffic, it is a lot of the delegations actually spoke to some of the concerns around parking. So it was traffic that would lead to additional parking.
Okay. Councilor Flagel?
Thanks. The buildings to the north are actually rental property. They are renter apartments. And this might be something to check into, too, is that I did find out that the apartments are allowed one parking stall in their rent. If they want a second one, it's a charge, a fee to park in there. And I know that the people from Broad Street Development said that typically when they rent out properties, only 80% of their parking lot is full. So, and I walked through the area a fair bit and walked down there one night, and true to their word, probably 70% of the parking lot was full. I think part of the problem is because that second vehicle has to pay an additional fee, so they park on the street. Is there anything we as the city can do in enforcement possibly to have them exercise something in terms of making them include a second for a two-bedroom? If it's a two-bedroom, there should be 2 parking stalls. Is that something that we have in our bylaws, or is that just the 1.5 parking stall?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, in terms of what the city can do related to parking, our requirement is under the zoning bylaw, so it doesn't dictate sort of allocation of that or how that's managed by the property owner. So the property owner, this question comes up sometimes in retail, where certain property or certain parking stalls are allocated to staff and some to visitors. We don't dictate that sort of allocation.
But could we?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, I think I'd have to look to our city solicitor for that response.
Mr. Weary?
I guess what I'm wondering about is, right now, the majority of the parking stalls are one vehicle in an apartment. But if they want a second one, it costs them a fee, so they don't pay the fee and then they park on the street. Could we implement something that in a two-bedroom situation, they have to give 2 parking stalls in their rent? Or is that just something that the community has to fight with the landlord?
Mr. Weary?
I'm not sure that we've looked at this scenario before, but I think just on first blush, it probably is a matter between the landlord and the tenant. I'm not sure that we could attach conditions to it through the planning process.
Okay, no. Okay, that's fine, we can work with that, because, I mean, in my area, we've got apartment rentals coming up as well. The other thing that, and I agree with Councillor O'Donnell, what happens is that there's still one of the parking lots is still not quite 100% ready for occupancy. And again, I walked by there, and one night, the night after our planning meeting, I walked by there, and there was 2 cars in front of the park. A week later, I walked by there, there's like 5 service vehicles and 3 cars parked in front of that. So it's an intermittent thing, and I think once that parking lot's done, I think it'll help out too as well. But I do agree we need to figure out something for rental situations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flanagan. Other comments on this? Councillor Down to close debate.
Just on procedure, if I could, the name of the street is Kep. It's named after Father Ken Kep. It's pronounced Kep, not Keep, and spelled K-O-E-P, and that may help some of the people that are developing in the area and the residents there. It's Father Ken Kep, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other comments on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a communication from Mrs. Penelope Perdicaris.
I'll move the communication, Your Worship.
Move, receive, seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. One moment, Councillor O'Donnell. We have another communication that was to be inserted from Mervyn Phillips and Wallace Truong. I may have that wrong. Do you wish to speak to the issue?
Yes.
Okay, if you can identify yourself, we represent you. Have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. This was attached at the last moment for our agenda.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Dr. Wallace Truong is with me, and we attended before Planning Commission. We just learned of the letter that you've just referenced or confirmed. Our purpose in coming tonight was to reiterate that the issues identified in this communication received from Penelope Perdicaris were addressed at Planning Commission, and the footprint of this particular project is outstanding. It serves an important need. These kinds of facilities, it's very residentially friendly. The underground parking, thank you, the underground parking reduces the footprint of the project. Staff parking, as you would imagine, is where the underground parking is going to take place. And all in all, we found the support at Planning Commission to be very, very good. The letter has revisited many of those points, but we're here to answer questions if there is anything that arises out of that communication that was dated that you've referenced June 16, 2014 from Ms. Perdicaris.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You said that everything's been resolved in the letter, so have you had communication with the person who wrote the letter?
No, I meant that the matters identified in the letter had been addressed at Planning Commission. The letter was a restatement of matters that had been raised at Planning Commission and for which we had provided explanations. If you have the letter in front of you, it identified primarily issues about the footprint with respect to staff attending and that the development wasn't residentially friendly. The design of this particular project is very, very residentially friendly. The underground parking reduces the impact to the area of traffic and of cars because staff will be parking underneath the particular project. That enhancement was very, very important, and I think members of the Planning Commission found that it was impressive that this type of project, which is so badly needed for our elderly, tries to go forward in this kind of design, and I think Dr. Truong deserves credit for trying to make sure that we're not only looking after the interests of the elderly, but making sure in neighborhoods that that the footprint that's left from the project is minimized as much as possible. And the idea of underground parking involved additional expense to Dr. Trong, but he wanted to set it out as an example. Both staff, community, and elderly have to live together, and the project is designed to do that. And Planning Commission, now, these concerns that were raised in this particular correspondence were concerns that were addressed at Planning Commission, and we believe they are resolved. They have been resolved by the design and by the changes that Mr. Ben Muriel was the person from the city who was involved in the liaison communication. The Planning Commission encouraged these kinds of projects by virtue of the fact that we have a big demand for the elderly, by the elderly, for this kind of project, and it enhances. This area is undergoing a little bit of transitional change because there are other developments in the area that are congruent or that are cooperative or collaborative with this type of project. And we've tried to do everything we can do in the design to make sure that that residentially friendly concepts are utilized. By doing that, I mean that the outline of the project and where seniors will be living will be as much as habitable as possible, that the elderly and the neighborhood and staff feel comfortable in what's happening with this project. And we think that's been accomplished. And Planning Commission, if we would have liked the opportunity if this letter had come forward before Planning Commission to have said the same things, we'd be repeating many of the same things that came about there.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. When you did speak to the city, they asked you if you would be willing to change the roof line so that it looked more like the homes in the area. Can you talk to that and why that didn't happen?
Yes, at the Planning Commission, there was discussion about that, the gables, about whether the gables made it look more residentially friendly. The gables actually make the project stand, this was the consensus at Planning Commission was that the gables proposed actually made it look less inclusive to the area, made it stand out more rather than enhancing it. And so Planning Commission approved it without the gables. That was the reason.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins. She did. Okay, good. Other questions of delegation? You can return to the gallery, gentlemen. Thank you very much for answering questions.
Thank you.
And move on to the report 67 on the supported living home at on Queen Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. The address is 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. As you've heard from the delegation, it is a 20-person care home with 17 underground parking stalls. So I have a question of the administration.
Before we do that, Councillor O'Donnell, just a seconder for the report, please. Second, Councillor Young, go ahead, please.
Thanks. If I go to the administration, this is a two-lot development. What if the lots were not placed together? Could the proponent have developed two 10-unit homes?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, that is correct. Two 10-unit homes could be developed just as of right as permitted uses.
Right, thanks. So what you have is so I'm not sure how many times I've stood before you and said underground parking, and underground parking. I think this is an interesting development, and by that alone, but also this is one of those things that came out, in my view, from when we were talking about the downtown plan, and where we were starting to talk about the need for underground parking and get away from the street parking. So you have another proponent that's coming forward trying to address the staff parking issue, which is typically in other areas of the city where this occurs. Second point I want to make, and this was in the letter to the previous delegation, is that we have homes all over our city. It is not such that we want to place a variety of care homes or a variety of treatment homes in one area. That's not the way it should be, and this is a nice development in the area. The second delegation talked a little bit about roof line and some of the other ways that would fit in. That was the discussion that we had, and I will say this again. The idea when you build a new building of this magnitude, of this quality, into a neighborhood, property values do not decline. We would look for support on this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions or comments on the report? Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question to the administration on just the fumes from the underground parking. I mean, just to get an answer that the resident that lives next door to the care home is concerned about the fumes coming from the garage. I'd just like to hear about that. To your Worship.
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I think I'd defer that question to Mr. Searle, the Manager of Current Planning.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, the parking garage structure would need to meet all provisions of the National Building Code in terms of circulation, air quality, and any other provisions of the code that would apply to a structure like that.
Okay. One more question about parking spilling on the street. I mean, I'm hearing that there's no problem because there's underground parking and there's staff parking, probably what I'm seeing in behind. Just a little more overview on, is there going to be a problem with on-street parking in the area? To Your Worship.
Mr. Searle. Turn your microphone on, perhaps. Thank you.
Sorry. Your Worship, the development would exceed the minimum parking standard established for supportive living homes. On that basis, the administration is satisfied that there would be sufficient capacity on site to minimize the impacts that parking could have on the surrounding road network.
Okay. One more, and I'll sit down. To Your Worship, changing the zone. There was some concerns from the residents saying that when the area was built out, it was promised that it was going to stay residential, and now we're going to commercial. Can someone give me an answer on that one, Your Worship?
Mr. Carlson, you want to try that one?
Sure. Your Worship, it's being proposed to go to contracts and not commercial zones. So it's still of a residential use, residential nature. It's just the contract zone is needed to provide the specific development standards to accommodate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frondura. Other questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is 68, and this is proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw number 9250. Councilor O'Donnell.
Mr. Mayor, this is just a housekeeping venture, anything from spelling errors or change in organization and so on. See no issues here. We look for concurrence, please.
Seconder, please. Seconder, Councilor Hawkins. Comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Report 69, and this is about a restaurant on Turvey Road. Councilor O'Donnell.
That's correct. So I'm going to move this forward. I'll let someone second it, and then I'll speak to it.
Seconder, please. Okay. Councilor Burnett had his hand up.
Good. So this is in an industrial area. This is out on Turvey. This is as far to the east. And there are no restaurants out there. This would be a benefit to the area. And parking is sufficient. Building is sufficient. Meets all of the code and standards. We'd like to see a restaurant out there, please.
Thank you for that. Other comments or questions on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a bylaw. I believe, do we? No. Where are we at here? Sorry, Councilor Young is for Executive Committee. Report 70.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing before you CR 1470, which is the wastewater treatment plant upgrade financial model update and borrowing bylaw. And in February of 2013, City Council approved the financial model for the project, and certain elements of the project will require City Council approval through passage of a borrowing bylaw. And now that we have some details for that, it's time to bring that before Council to be voted on.
Thank you, Councilor. Seconder for the
Worship,
report.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. We dealt with this extensively, of course, at the Planning Commission. Or at Executive Committee. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So we actually, I think, had a really engaging conversation with this at Exec Council. A few of the questions that came up were around sort of how this stacks up against a traditional financing model. Obviously, this was a big conversation for all of us last year, and we want to make sure that we have the stats right moving forward, given that this is sort of a new procurement option for us. We want to know how it stacks up against the traditional model. So 3 questions that came out of that for me. One is that the borrowing rate is going to be slightly different on this. I mean, part of the risk transfer, I guess, has to do with borrowing money from the private partner in this. We're borrowing at a rate that's thereabouts 2.5% higher than we would presumably be able to borrow that money on our own. So I'm hoping at some point we'll have a concrete number about what that difference is. Also about the payment schedule that will make about a $70 million payment to EPCOR in 2016. Just want to make sure that we have a firm understanding of what the difference in that payment schedule means interest-wise to the city versus if we were financing this in a traditional model. And the third piece is, and this is an important one, that part of the whole debate last year about the wastewater treatment plant certainly was centered around the federal grant. The federal grant is to be 25% of the capital cost of this project, and we need to know at some point what the big check that we'll get from the feds will actually be, what that total will be. I understand that this probably isn't the meeting we're going to get answers to those questions, but I'm just wondering if someone from administration could comment when we might expect to hear those numbers. Thanks.
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, certainly the next stage in the process, now that we've identified a preferred proponent, is to move towards financial close. That's anticipated in July, and once we achieve financial close, we'll be sharing more information related to the financial model for the project, because we'll be able to confirm a number of the financial details based on the bid submitted in the contract that's been executed. So in July will be the next point where we'll have some information on the questions you raised, and then further that, the next 1 to 2 months, we'll be in a position to release further information related to the procurement details.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Information report 14-8, external financing, $104 million for the RI Stadium project. Mover for that, please.
Your Worship, I can move the recommended disposition of the report.
Okay. Seconder, any comments or questions on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have several bylaws. We have 8 in total. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move zoning bylaw number 9250 be amended as set forth in the agreement, and that bylaw 2014-42 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay. Did you have a seconder for that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second it, Your Worship.
Seconded, yes, I do. Seconded by Councillor Murray.
Okay.
He read my mind.
All those in favor? Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the benefit of the gallery, it will just explain that we have the bylaw procedures to now go through, so a lot of this is going to be somewhat repetitious to what you've heard previously. But in accordance with the requirements of the Planning and Development Act 2007, Council is now considering an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw number 9250 respecting the proposed rezoning to allow for a 20-person supportive living home on a double lot at 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address Council on this matter, I ask that you indicate your interest at this time. It appears that there is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. And these, of course, is related to the report we just passed a few moments ago. So we just voted on first reading, so you can proceed to second reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2014-42 be read a second time.
Any comments on the report or bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that Council hereby consent to bylaw number 2014-42 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 2014-42 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw number 2014-43 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the requirements of the Planning and Development Act 2007, Council is now considering an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw 9250 respecting the proposed rezoning to accommodate a low-rise 15-unit condominium apartment building at 5900 Kep Avenue. If there's anyone in the gallery present at this time who wishes to address Council, I would ask that you indicate. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call a vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Young.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaw 2014-43 be read a second time.
Any comments on the bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-43 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw number 2014-43 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2014-44 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the Planning and Development Act 2007, Council is now considering an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw 9250, respecting proposed amendments clarifying a number of definitions, terms, and related procedures. If there is anyone present in the gallery who wishes to address Council at this time, I would ask that you indicate your interest in doing so. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll call a vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2014-44 be read a second time.
Any comments on the bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-44 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaw 2014-44 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 2014-45 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the Planning and Development Act 2007, Council is now considering an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw 9250, respecting the proposed rezoning to allow restaurant as a discretionary use in the IB Medium Industrial Zone located at Unit D, 2112 Turvey Road. If there's anyone present in the gallery who wishes to address Council at this time, I would ask that you indicate your interest. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2014-45 be read a second time.
Comments? Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-45 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2014-45 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw number 2014-46 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the Planning and Development Act 2007, Council is now considering an amendment to the Regina zoning bylaw number 9250, respecting the proposed rezoning to accommodate a four-story mixed-use building consisting of 13 residential units and more than 5 commercial retail units located at 2067 Retallick Street. If there's anyone present in the gallery who wishes to address Council on this matter, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Young. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2014-46 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-46 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2014-46 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaw number 2014-47 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In this concurrent bylaw amendment, Council is now considering an amendment to Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw, to accommodate the development of a four-story mixed-use building consisting of 13 residential units and more than 5 commercial retail units located at 2067 Retallick Street. Again, if there's anyone present who wishes to address Council on this matter, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. I'll call the question on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Young.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw number 2014-47 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-47 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaw number 2014-47 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Two more to go. Councillor Young.
Right. Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2014-48 be introduced and read a third time.
All those in favor? Oh, no, we're on the, just a third reading for that one, or did you finish it? Okay, so we should be on 48 then, for the first
Yeah,
reading?
excuse me, did I say 47? I meant 48.
Okay, for third reading. All those in favor, sorry, goes to clerks first, and then we'll
Yeah.
go to the rest of the votes.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the requirements of the Cities Act, Council is now considering a bylaw authorizing the City of Regina to incur debt obligations in an amount not exceeding $158,464,000 for the purpose of paying the capital cost of the wastewater treatment plant. If there is anyone present in the gallery who wishes to address Council on this matter, I ask that you indicate your interest in doing so at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll call a question on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw number 2014-48 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-48 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw number 2014-48 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2014-51 be introduced and read for first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with the requirements of the Cities Act, Council will now consider a bylaw authorizing the City of Regina to incur debt obligations in an amount not exceeding $100,400,000 for the purpose of financing the first phase of the Regina Revitalization Initiative, which includes the design, construction, and site preparation of a new replacement stadium for Mosaic Stadium. If there is anyone in the gallery present who wishes to address Council on this matter, I would ask that you indicate your interest in doing so at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaw number 2014-51 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-51 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw number 2014-51 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move on to delegations, communications, and bylaw reports. Thank you for that, Councillor Young. That's a lot of work. A lot of reading. We have Delegation 14-52, John Klein. Mr. Klein, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'm John Klein. I'm here representing myself. Just first, like to note that I think that Wascana Parkway at Kramer Boulevard should be reduced to 50 kilometers an hour. The present speed is hampering having a transit stop put in near there to serve thousands of people potentially. And the bigger issue I'm here for is just to note that Regina is a fantastic place to be, and City Council wants to remind everyone, of course, that it's illegal to try to leave it by vehicle without paying for the privilege. It's a somewhat bold strategy to grow Regina by keeping it illegal to hitchhike away from the Queen City, or offer to take anyone with you if you're making an escape. But I'm sure the councillors in favor of the bylaw have thought it through thoroughly. Fortunately, the closest hitchhiker-friendly municipalities are sufficiently far from the Queen City that once a hitchhiker traveling across the country by the nationally famous Trans-Canada Highway disembarks here, they'll have to hire a bus or a licensed cab to get out. It would take over 12 hours to walk to Moose Jaw if you were likely to attempt it. It would be almost pointless anyway, since Moose Jaw has the same sort of amazing bylaw. Facing this legal and financial quandary, the traveler will more than likely opt to settle here, thus boosting our tax base. Following the example set out in our city's bylaws, should I see a distressed person at the side of the road in Regina, I'll be certain to drive past them, lest they misinterpret my slowing down as an enticement to enter my vehicle. Such a misplaced deed could cost me $110 under the proposed change, and the attempted hitchhiker $110 too. Seeing to that soliciting business from a vehicle is illegal, I'll give those apparently nefarious food trucks on the plaza downtown a wide berth this summer. I'll report any rogue car wash fundraisers at schools to the appropriate authorities. I must really congratulate the City Council for preparing for a high-tech ride-sharing services that have become popular in many cities, notably Uber and Lyft. With these updated fines, everyone should get the clear message that Regina's closed to high-tech ride services right down to the low-tech thumbing of rides. By the time we catch up to the rest of the continent, we'll be so far behind the times, we'll think we're ahead. Then switching gears now from a little bit of satire to something serious, I think this bylaw encourages my fellow citizens to show a lack of human decency to their fellow people. If someone is rich enough they can pay to solicit from a roadside with a large sign, they can do that. But if someone tries to hold a cardboard sign, they're to have enough for a bus fare or a meal, or even to oppose political incumbents, they'll be harassed by police. Some of this bylaw is in fact targeted at poor people or temporary guests in our city. It would be ridiculous for police to enforce the hitchhiking bylaw, and if they did do it, it will unjustly target people poorer than you or I. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Of note, actually, if someone were to stay here hitchhiking, they'll actually have to buy a house before they'll start paying property tax. So, you mentioned 50 kilometers an hour in Wascana. Could you just explain what you're talking about?
Well, right at Kramer Boulevard and University Drive, it's at 70 kilometers an hour, which is probably unsafe for the hundreds of pedestrians that are there every day. And I'm also being told by the city administration that they're having difficulty getting a bus stop there on Wascana Parkway approved, despite there being other bus stops on Wascana Parkway, because in part of the speed of the Wascana Parkway, which doesn't seem safe for the pedestrians crossing there, which I do every day too.
Okay. And so your suggestion would be 50 right from Broad Street Bridge south? Is that
No, just where there's intersections at the university, where there's University Drive North, University Drive South, possibly even Research Drive at Grant Drive.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. A lot of your presentation seemed to focus on hitchhiking. Do you not think there's safety concerns with hitchhiking, and that's why bylaws are in place to keep people off the side of busy roads and people from pulling over, to keep people safe so accidents don't happen?
I think that it's necessary at times to pull over at the side of any highway, and there are actually laws, in fact, to have people slow down to 60 kilometers an hour when there's a tow truck or a police on the side of the road. Perhaps it should just be extended to when there's anybody at the side of the road to increase safety for everybody.
You don't think there's a difference between a tow truck or a police car or ambulance and a hitchhiker?
I didn't say hitchhiker, but people pulling over in vehicles. It would be wise to give everybody a wide berth at a slower speed if possible. As far as picking up hitchhikers, I don't see a big problem with it, actually. I think also it would make sense to create a law that is going to be unjustly enforced. I can't see them setting up a sting to pick off hitchhikers or people picking up hitchhikers, whereas I can see it being used maybe inappropriately to harass people that are poor.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to report 1453. Sorry, 1471. This is Public Works. Councillor Bryce? You were not there. Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, this matter was before, thank you, before the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A large number of changes were proposed to the Regina traffic bylaw, which are listed in the appendix, and are recommended to council.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are there questions? Okay, Councillor Bryce and Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I just have a question about.
Sorry, there's an issue. We need a seconder for that, and you're seconding it. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Bryce. Thank you for that.
Thank you. To Schedule L, 82.7, it talks about riding a bicycle at night without headlamps. Is this something that we've had issues with in the city, that we're needing to have that, or who am I pointing at?
Who wishes to speak
Through
to
you,
that?
Your Worship.
Mr. Vandendort?
Through you, Your Worship, I guess the notion of having a headlight on a bicycle is a standard requirement in most municipalities, so that's what we're speaking to here.
Okay. And that's at night, I'm seeing, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions on this report? Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask about the speed limit along that particular roadway that was mentioned and the warrants that put us at that speed. Because obviously we have the 85 percentile of traffic that flows, and if we adjust that, we could actually create some havoc. So maybe just thoughts from the administration on how we got to the speed limit that's currently there. I know there's a number of other locations. Wascana School is right on 4th Avenue in Louvain, and that's a 70K zone with children, not adults crossing the street. So I'm just curious, how do we come up with those speed limits for certain areas like that?
Mr. Vandendort?
Your Worship, I'll defer to Mr. Sierra, the manager of traffic, to speak to that.
Through Mr. Worship, speed limits on Regina streets are depending on, as you said, 85th percentile speed, as well as based on the geometry of the roadways, and as well as the roadway classification. Typically, if there are any adjacent schools, we do a study to see if the speed limits need to be reduced. And in this section for Wascana Parkway, we have done a study in the past, and the speed limit of 70 kilometers per hour is what most of the traffic is traveling and what's warranted for that section.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that does help to answer the question that 85% of the traffic that travel on that street travel at that specific speed or near that speed, so therefore it makes it a safer speed. Obviously, we need to make sure that safety is first and paramount. When we have adults traveling back and forth to university, we want to make sure that they follow the lights and follow the rules, they'll be safe. So I'm satisfied that we're in a good shape where we are, good stead. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other questions on this report? Councillor Vandera? No, just after Councillor Vandera, just asking if you want to speak after.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to explain. We have crossing yellow line, solar yellow line. We can drive forward but not reverse. What do you mean by that? What does it mean by crossing yellow line? What is it, on a main streets or in residential areas? What do we mean by yellow line? Your Worship?
Sure.
Through Mr. Worship, the bylaw, as we did a house cleaning of the bylaw, that's the reason it's been amended. It's crossing a single solid yellow line. Right now it's written in such a way, or it's amended in such a way, so the people backing out from their driveways are now eligible. I mean, it's not enforced at any moment, but it's more of a cleanup. But so when you back off your driveway, you can cross in single yellow line. That's what it's intended for.
Okay, so this bylaw will state that if I'm coming home and I have a yellow line, I can cross it to come home. I don't have to worry about.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that.
So you won't get a ticket, Councillor Vandera.
Okay.
Councillor Fraser, you okay? No other questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Our next delegation is dealing with the interim financing and phasing financing plan. Chad Jedlick. If you could please come forward and who you represent, who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from council afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Chad Jedlick, and I'm the residential land manager with Harbour Developments. With me at the podium is Blair Forrester, Vice President of Harbour Developments and President of Forrester Projects. We are here in support of the recommended interim phasing and financing plan. As you're aware, this is a very complex and controversial issue. The OCP requires a phasing and financing plan in order for the city to achieve complete communities, smart growth, and financial sustainability. City administration has worked diligently with our industry to develop this interim plan. We support the interim plan because it aligns with the OCP. It continues to grow our community. It provides excellent community choice or consumer choice throughout the city. It keeps all local land developers in business during the interim plan, and it limits the increase in SAF fees during the interim period. Your administration has clearly demonstrated that unrestricted growth is simply too expensive for the city to absorb. This interim plan allows the most affordable and strategic communities to proceed immediately. It also commits the city to working with the development community to find creative and innovative solutions to reduce servicing costs and levies paid by the most expensive communities. We may hear discussion tonight regarding an alternate to the recommended interim plan. We stand by our position stated at Executive Committee that we do not support any of the alternative scenarios. Even though we support regional levies and the development of Coopertown, we believe there's simply too much risk in bringing on any neighborhood at an SAF rate of $586,000 per hectare. The policy review period is needed to determine how the more expensive regions of our city can be developed without either destroying housing affordability or leaving taxpayers on the hook for infrastructure in partially built neighborhoods. We are optimistic that during the 2-year review period, administration and industry can work together to build an SAF model that includes an appropriate amount of infrastructure, accurate budget costs, so that we can keep development levies as low as possible without compromising service levels for residents. We are approaching the review with the confidence that City Council, the development community, and City administration are aligned in the belief that greenfield growth, when guided by the OCP, is good for all residents of the city. The interim plan before you supports the Design Regina Official Community Plan, which our community spent the last 4 years developing. Tonight, we ask you to support the interim plan as well. Thank you. We're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jedlick, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. Good evening, gentlemen. The term we're talking about, we always use SAF. It's servicing agreement fees. So the first thing is, do we agree that servicing is what sets us apart in an urban setting from a rural setting? Is that a foundation piece?
Yes.
So we agree to what type of servicing? I'm going to ask a specific question. Would we agree that in every area of the city that we would assume there's going to be a park, for example?
Yes.
Okay. So I can go down the line. So there's some other things that we would want. Where's the difficulty in what we have right now in terms of the, I'm going back to the discussion we had at executive meeting. There are some things that we want and some things that we may need. Where's the balance?
Well, I believe the way we're looking at this is that to develop a model for the next phase of growth for the city, administration has set out all the infrastructure that's required for that next phase of growth. Then to each one of those projects, they've attached a budget. And our belief is that that needs to be refined. This model was put together approximately 6 months, and that's an immense project to try and tackle within that time frame. Within specific development areas in the city, we've been able to work with administration in terms of coming together on costs that we agree upon and infrastructure that we agree upon, and thereby lowering the costs related to our particular area. We believe that's possible for other areas in the city, and just generally overall, within the model. It takes time to refine a model that is going to plan growth for the next 30 years.
Thanks for that. Good answer. So in the future, when we're done this 2-year study, what are we going to have? We're going to have agreement among the developers in the city. Is that your goal, or is there something more to it than that?
That's the goal. I don't believe that anyone within the development industry believes that residents, existing taxpayers, need to subsidize greenfield growth. I believe the development industry is aligned with the city and the growth pays for growth model. We just want to make sure that the model is refined to a point that we're not artificially burdening today's growth with projects that may not be needed, or that projects that have, budgets that are basically too big for what they actually will come in at.
Good, thanks. So one more question. Within the current recommendation, there's a set number of acres, hectares that can be developed. Certainly see that we're still a growth community. There's houses still going up, apartment buildings going up, and so on. Is that the right number? Does that keep everybody busy?
I believe that during the interim period, there will certainly be enough land available for people to develop to meet any demand there is for residential lots.
And choice?
Yes, across the city. The city's really divided up into regions, and there'll be active communities in each of those regions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? I have one, and you've touched on it briefly with Councillor O'Donnell. I want to talk about the longer-term study. Would you be prepared to talk to the administration about what you believe are the necessary infrastructure improvements and growth for our city, what that list would look like, which really goes to determining the cost per hectare?
Yes, and we've been involved, as have the other community developers, with administration over the development of the interim plan. And I believe that it's required because there are engineers and developers that are familiar with different parcels of land within the city, and they're the ones who will bring the expertise to this consultation to be able to determine what sort of infrastructure is actually required. So it will need to be quite a collaborative process between administration, ourselves, and our engineers.
So at the end of this longer-term review, it's the view that to have a clear, agreed-upon, consistent policy that is applied across the city.
Yes.
Good. Thank you for that. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering questions. We'll move to our next delegation. Paul Mraz, Dream Development. You could identify yourself, who you're with. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Paul Mraz. I am the General Manager for Dream Development. Also with me is Ned Kostenek, Vice President of Dream. We've previously stated our position with respect to the interim phasing and financing plan. Today, we look for your support on the alternative recommendation, Appendix C. This recommendation includes the Coopertown surcharge. We believe approval of this recommendation will result in a win-win situation. It is a win for the city corporate, as it alleviates any financial risk the Coopertown development may bring, and it is a win for us, as it allows the Coopertown neighborhood to proceed. We also believe this is a win for the city as a whole, as we think the proposed Coopertown plan is a very forward-looking development concept, and well executed, it will be a place to remember. You may ask why we're comfortable proceeding under the surcharge. Our answer to that is simple. We're confident the comprehensive review will reveal the true cost of this development. Thank you, and we look for your support.
Thank you very much. Questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, gentlemen. So you've changed your position. So I want to be clear. The surcharge is significant, and so I want to give you a chance to talk about that a little bit. So from your point of view, if this was to be accepted, there is a significant surcharge, but you're suggesting that you don't see it happening because you can prove that the cost of servicing would be less?
Through your worship, that's correct. We're confident that we can get it right with the administration, and we'll get the calculation figured out, and the surcharge won't be quite as extreme as it's proposed to be.
Okay. So there's some other notions in what is before us today, separate from what you're suggesting here, and that is that we phase in growth and that, there's an whole, I'm not going to go down the list, you've read it. Do you fundamentally agree with the report other than on Coopertown?
Fundamentally, our position is unchanged. We struggle with the report because it is an interim change to policy. We stated that at the executive committee meeting. We do support the market. The pace of market determines the pace of growth. If we need to build one house, we'll build one house. If somebody wants to buy 10 houses, we'll build 10 houses. That being said, we do believe that orderly development that follows infrastructure is also appropriate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just want to ask you a few questions about if the surcharge is as significant as the city is suggesting, how much of an increase of cost per lot would that equal?
Through your worship, a 30-foot lot currently retails for about $110,000. That would take it up to $140,000.
Okay. So do you think this would affect the affordability of houses?
I most certainly believe that, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. No other question? I have one question. You say that you believe that the review will determine the true cost of the development. What if it is the right number? That's a significant increase for you.
Yeah, so your worship, we're very confident that the calculation will be correct once we go through the process with the administration. Very confident.
Thank you very much. Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. I just need to clarify a couple of things. First of all, you're saying that you're okay with letting it go through at the whatever the number is, 585 or 570 for fees, right?
660.
660, okay. I heard 5 something. Were you looking at just opening up the floodgates and letting everybody develop as much as they want, or are you okay with the 20 hectares per year?
Like in practical terms, to your worship, it's unlikely that the 60 hectares that are allocated within the interim plan will be any of those hectares will be subdivided this year. That I think would mean that there will be 120 hectares available to be subdivided in the growth areas next year, on top of the 235K land. That represents north of 3,000 units.
Right.
So that's quite a broad number.
Mm-hmm. So if, and further to the mayor's question through you, is that if the numbers come back and they're true, but you guys have felt that they're going to be 400, are you willing to pay the difference at the very beginning to get it going, or do you want to wait and pay that over the next 20 years?
If I understand the question correctly, your worship, we're willing to pay that now to get it going, to get things going. And as I said earlier, it's unlikely that all of those lands will be subdivided this year. Likely it'll be a smaller number next year, something like 10 hectares.
Okay.
So the risk to us, we're comfortable with that level of risk.
Okay. But,
and the risk to the city, further, with the surcharge alleviates any risk.
So what do we do with the rest of the developers? Do we follow suit and charge them the same fee as what we're charging you for Coopertown, or do we go back to a different formula, or how do we work that?
Yeah, what we're looking for right now is a concurrence to the alternative recommendation, Appendix C, which is the same thing as we have right now, which is before you, Appendix A. The difference is Appendix C has the Coopertown surcharge. That's the difference.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. There's no other question of delegation. I'll ask you to return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, Mr. Stu Niebergall with the Regina Region Home Builders. You identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Great. I'm Stu Niebergall. I'm the President and CEO of the Regina Region Home Builders Association. His Worship Mayor Fougere, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the interim phasing and financing plan have already stated our position or our perspective on our plan in our presentation to Executive Committee on June 9th. As a follow-up, I am just making a few brief comments. We understand that the City Administration was presented with a very challenging task of balancing financing requirements with the need to accommodate future growth in our city, and we certainly want to acknowledge the hard work undertaken by the staff in coming up with this interim plan. I come to Council with only one request regarding the upcoming formal policy review process, that the City work closely with our industry throughout the upcoming process to ensure that together we get it right. We are recommending to Council that throughout the formal review process, both the administration and the industry agree to submit quarterly reports to Council as a check-in on how the process is going in order to flag any emerging issues as the process unfolds. We want to ensure that significant policy changes contain adequate consultation with the industry. The second point I would like to make has to do with the increase in servicing agreement fees. I have said this many times before, and I'm saying it again tonight, that we need to be very sensitive to these increases. Development fees and levies must be understood in the light of what they truly are, a cost on new home buyers. All we are asking is that the same cautious approach that the City applies regarding increases to Regina taxpayers also be applied when it comes to increasing costs on new homeowners, many of who are young families just starting out or immigrants to our city. True collaboration with our industry throughout the formal review process is the key to getting it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. The second delegation suggested that they're willing to pay an extra surcharge for it. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think, every developer making their own presentation speaks on their own accord. And those are their individual business decisions that they're taking forward. And that is what you certainly need to balance out. As the Home Builders Association, we do represent a broad group of businesses, but also we represent, really are one of the only voices for new home buyers within the marketplace. And so again, that is from our perspective, from the developer, of any of our developers, to figure out how the math works for their own business. What our concern is more than anything, or question more than anything, is right now is how does the upcoming formal process, how can that work in as efficient and as effective a process as possible to be able to manage these costs in the future. So today I'm thinking much less about the interim plan and much more about the longer formal review process. That's where we really need to get it right within the community.
So your presentation touched on affordability, and I asked a question about the affordability of per lot, how much this extra servicing fee would cost, which equaled $30,000 a lot. You don't have any concerns about that?
Well, again, as I say, those are costs that that developer is going to need to make sense on their own behalf. Builders are going to need to buy lots from them. Ultimately, yes, these costs get passed on to homeowners. That also has to be balanced off, though, with choice within the marketplace. And I think at the end of the day, what's really key about the interim plan and the formal process, this isn't the Regina Home Builders Association plan. This is your plan. You need to own this plan, and whatever the consequences of that plan, both positive and negative, belong to this council and to this administration. We are just always raising the issue in terms of that the same cautiousness to service agreement fees in general need to be a sensitive issue. We need to get the projects right to the formal review, and we need to have the right mechanisms in place to calculate these things correctly.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move to the next delegation. Ryan Karsgaard, John Van Nostrand, and Jervin Weeks. You could please come forward and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes in total, to give us your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, City Councilors and City staff, my name is John Van Nostra, and I'm the founding partner of Planning Alliance, and we are the planning consultants for Rosewood Alliance Church. I'm here tonight with the lead pastor, Pastor Jervin Weeks, and Ryan Karsgaard is our engineering consultant. Rosewood Church moved to Northwest Regina in 1982. It worked closely with the city to extend water and wastewater services to its new 16-hectare property, agreed to the future widening of Courtney Street, and facilitated the construction of the Mapleford Sewage Lift Station, all to facilitate future urban expansion, which it was interested in participating from the outset. More recently, following Rosewood's annexation to the city, Rosewood prepared and submitted a draft neighborhood concept plan to the city for review and comment. We were subsequently asked to demonstrate how this plan could be serviced and paid for, and we responded by demonstrating that a complete 40-hectare neighborhood can be serviced and developed at Courtney Street and Wayland Drive using latent servicing capacity, that is, services that are already in place in our immediate vicinity. As a result, we believe that Rosewood Park is currently in exactly the same position as the three comparable new 40-hectare neighborhoods located in Westera, north of Lake Ridge, and Harbor Landing West, and should form part of Council's preferred option that it's considering approving today. Rosewood Park is equally, quote, ready to proceed with the same, quote, lowest cost development that they are, and it meets all the same criteria that the city's long-range planning staff has used in recommending which neighborhoods should form part of the city's interim phasing program, as follows. Including Rosewood Park allows half of all new neighborhoods identified in the OCP to proceed. It enables market choice, emphasizes growth in the northwest quadrant, and maintains the concentric pattern of contiguous growth for Regina, all as recommended in the OCP and all in accordance with the adopted growth plan. Because it can make use of latent existing servicing capacity, Rosewood qualifies as a lowest cost new neighborhood, one which, if permitted to proceed, will allow the city and Rosewood's developers to collect significant revenue in advance of major downstream expenditures. Including Rosewood ensures that the city's cash flow and debt will remain manageable, as the initial phases of Rosewood can be delivered on latent services, and therefore we propose to use the same SAF as the other three communities in the recommended option, $345,278 in 2014, $359,089 in 2015. We agree, however, to pay for any improvements to the existing services or for an interim servicing capacity plan if such is required. In addition, Rosewood will comprise not only conventional market housing and related parks, retail, and social facilities like the other three, but will also accommodate important new housing types and social and civic facilities that the other three will not. These include the following. Rosewood Park has a developer and builders in place who are ready to start building 400 attainable housing units today, which means that buyers with limited resources, including not only existing lower income households in the city, but also new immigrant households, will be able to enter the marketplace in the shorter term. Second, Rosewood Park has a partner who is able and willing to immediately design and build a continuum of care facility, which will reduce the pressure on the city's needs to accommodate a growing aging population. Third, Rosewood Park is working now with an architectural firm to design a sports facility that, along with associated playing fields, will be owned and operated by Rosewood and will benefit the residents and children of Northwest Regina.
You have 1 minute left.
Cities,
1 minute left.
right, city as a whole. Therefore, we thank you for the, we support the recommendation that was made at the executive committee meeting, and we urge you to approve that this evening on behalf of our development.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Hinks.
Thank you for the presentation. Is there anything further you'd like to cover?
No, I think we had that opportunity at executive committee, and I think that unless either of my colleagues has something to add, I think that's.
Do you want to go over again in a slower way about what you have planned for the area?
Right. Well,
all the different phases and plans you have for the area.
Sure. Well, we're planning a complete neighborhood as defined in the OCP. That is at 40 hectares. That's 160 acres. We have worked closely with other landowners of Coopertown in developing the Coopertown Secondary Plan, or now called Neighborhood Plan, and we jointly agree with all landowners in the form of that plan. So we're conforming with that, and that plan requires in our neighborhood the development of a mix of housing, which we agree with. We agree with the mix that's proposed, a neighborhood hub, which we also agree with, and a street pattern and park space and open space, which we agree with as well. But over and above that, there's a particular interest, and has been a driving interest from the church since 1982, to answer some of the more immediate needs of the city as a whole, and Northwest Quadrant in particular. The first of those is the need to provide attainable housing. So that's different than affordable housing in the sense that this is affordable ownership housing for sort of working families, basically, who are in need of finding affordable housing. There's a great range of jobs out there that go along with the resource and agricultural industries and the growth of the city as a whole. And not all those people can be accommodated in conventional, what has been up until now conventional greenfields development. So we're actually learning some lessons from the old city to actually devise a broader mix of housing. And I'm not sure you're aware, I think many of you are aware that the former parcel that Rosewood Church occupied in the center of the city, when they left, the board took the initiative of ensuring that property was converted to 72 attainable housing units. And that's called Rosemont, sorry. The Rosemont development. So that's a kind of model for what we're proposing now in the greenfield situation. In addition, the church has taken note of the fact over the years of the lack of access to recreation space, especially at a community level, and a particular notice of the fact that there's a great demand for soccer, indoor soccer and outdoor soccer facilities, and wishes to do its best to accommodate for that, but also at a broader level to provide a meeting place and a social place, a community center in a way that will serve the neighborhood, not just for recreation purposes, but as a meeting place, etc. And finally, I think one of the board has recognized the fact that our population, the existing population of Regina, we keep talking about the immigrants and the new population coming in, but there's an aging existing population which will be in need of more and more access to housing that's suitable for it. We use the term continuum of care, meaning there's an evolution that one goes through in the housing process. One moves out of a larger house into a smaller house, out of that house into an apartment, out of that into a service department, out of that into an apartment where there's care given, out of that into short-term and then long-term care, and finally into palliative care. It's all part of a process, and we've admired the efforts of other cities. This is not about making a big building that does all that. This is about making a neighborhood where you can age gracefully, and there are palliative and long-term care facilities of a residential nature within the neighborhood. So this is, and I want to be very clear that some people do ask, is this all something that you have to be a member of the church to qualify for? And, you know, our model neighborhood is Cathedral Neighborhood, and I don't believe there's a law out there that people in Cathedral Neighborhood have to go to the cathedral, or that they have to be of a particular persuasion. It's exactly the same attitude here. I think the church is restoring the notion that church, faith, places of faith, form an important part of neighborhoods. They don't belong shoved in old industrial areas because there's no space left for them. They need to be part of a community. So that's also part of the vision here.
Can you step back a bit to the attainable to the attainable housing?
Yes.
Thanks for that, Councilor Hayes. Sounds good.
Part. And your developer, some of the previous developments, like the 7th Avenue one and the one on Avonhurst, and also about your developer and how the truly attainable part is achieved with the down payment, the plan to pay back, And that.
If I may, I'm going to ask Pastor Weeks to respond, since he was involved in the original
Thank you.
project.
Part of the, our developer, New Rock, their attainable housing strategy is they believe that people who own their own homes, that there's a value to that. And so they've designed this program that allows for people to get into their home with their assistance. So they don't build a house, say, for instance, the cost is $300,000, and they take off $40,000, say that's attainable. What they've done is that they've developed a program where they help with the down payment, and they also help with the mortgage payment. And so there's a trust that's been set aside, and so each homeowner, for instance, my associate, he gets $500 that goes towards his monthly payments, his mortgage payment. So his mortgage is about $1,200. He only pays $700. The developer, through a trust, pays the remaining $500. And so we looked at this program and we said, you know, this is wonderful that it actually truly helps people to attain a home. Part of the down payment also is that instead of putting down the 5%, say for instance if it's $12,000, the developer, a part of their program, the people put down only about $3,000 as part of that. Now, part of the program is that if you buy the house and you get into that house, that program lasts for 10 years. And so say I sold my unit and I've only lived in it for 2 years, the next purchaser gets the remaining 8 years of that program. And so it stays attainable for the remaining buyers or the next owner who comes after them. And so that's part of their program. And right now, in the city of Regina, this developer has about 4,000 people on a waiting list to get into attainable housing units.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the waiting list then. How long did it take to sell out that project on 7?
Well, on Rosemont, it took about 10 minutes to sell out. Avonhurst has taken about the same amount of time to sell out. And so that's pretty good.
Can you maybe talk a little bit about the kind of people that are buying these houses too, that they truly can't afford it and you make it affordable for them?
Single moms, seniors, people who are working and maybe have paying off their student loans, a one-income family. So there are a variety of different lifestyles. Because of their circumstances, they may not be able to have a down payment or to afford the monthly payment, or to rent a space that's $1,300. Instead of paying rent, they see this as more attractive and they're able to qualify. Part of them getting into that attainable, because there's mortgage assistance also, that also helps them to qualify to get into that unit versus the bank saying, well, you have to have a certain amount, make a certain amount per year. That is added to whatever they make to help them to qualify for that unit.
Thanks for that. And is there anything else you'd like to say?
Just part of what John has said in regards to our the attainable and also the senior care. Again, it's because we see the need, and it is not for just people who are part of Rosa Park. It is for the entire city, and so that's why we come to you tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. I just have one question. At the Executive Committee meeting on June the 9th, excuse me, the Rosewood Park development was referred back to the administration so that certain questions could be answered. I'd just like to know whether you've been able to work with the administration in answering those questions and in providing information to help the administration prepare its report for September.
Yes, we're well on our way. We, in fact, had a meeting earlier today, a formal meeting, and setting the agenda, the timing for that, and I think we're quite comfortable that we'll answer all those questions and be back, and that they'll be able to, in sufficient time for a report to put together by the city, to be back in front of you on the 10th of September, which will answer lots of people that have questions. Well, how, especially around these different uses, how will you actually pay for those? And we understand that part of this would be showing how we will pay for them with no extra burden to the city. In addition to all the other conditions that were, the questions that were asked, and that we're quite comfortable with, that we'll be responding to those. And I think we've gained some real clarity with the city. Many of them are infrastructure and engineering issues, so I think we're well on our way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I'll just follow up on what Councillor Hawkins said, because they were specific questions. But so that everybody understands, one, are you continuing to work with developers of Coopertown so that your development does blend in with theirs?
Yes, we've been working since.
And good. And specifically on stormwater, is that part of the negotiations or discussion?
That's definitely part of it, and in fact, the new neighborhood plan reflects those discussions quite accurately and to all our benefits.
Okay.
As well as water and wastewater.
Fair enough. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. In your presentation, you've talked about latent existing servicing capacity. You feel that the infrastructure that's there will service your community. What if it doesn't? Do you have a plan B? What if you have to pay these extra charges? How is that? Oh, I'll start with that first question.
Right. Well, I'll ask perhaps Ryan Harsgaard to speak to that, but we're confident at this point in one of the answers back to you that we're required to make in that report of September the 10th is to answer exactly that question. And we are working diligently on that. I suppose the only question would be the area of land to be serviced, but we're confident that it'll be 40 hectares. But if there had to be an adjustment to just be everybody to have confidence, the latent services, those services will cover our area. That might be an adjustment we make, but we don't feel we have to consider that at the moment. Perhaps Ryan, could you? Any other?
I think he nailed it. The servicing is available. We just need to establish exactly how much area can be serviced. There is the potential to gain additional servicing by making some upgrades, perhaps at the Maple Ridge Lift Station. The church has identified that they're willing to pay for any additional costs to get additional servicing.
So there's no plan B, is what I'm hearing?
Well, that is plan B, if we have to pay for some of that servicing. No, that's a serious plan B.
Okay.
I mean, we're saying if that servicing isn't there, we'll make up the difference.
Okay, and so you're willing to pay for any infrastructure upgrades or needs that the community has?
To the latent servicing capacity to enable 40 hectares of land to be developed.
If it's able to have the capacity for your community?
Yes, remember we've been before your administration with a full report, 2 reports now on that latent servicing capacity. And in fact, that's an administration that came back to us with a suggestion, thinking that would work, of how we should plan the neighborhood, which we just responded to as well. So there's not a new issue. We've been dealing with your engineering administration on this, and back and forth with our own, and the engineers as well that are responsible for the larger Coopertown area, that's AECom. Mm-hmm. So there are 3 sets of engineers looking at this issue. And I think if we didn't believe in that latent servicing capacity, we wouldn't be asking for interim approval here, but we truly do.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Price. Other questions of the delegation? I have one, and this relates to a suggestion that this council look at option C, which was recommended but not accepted by Executive Committee. What are your thoughts on that proposal?
Well, I think we feel strongly that that in the interim period is a period to work with the latent servicing that's there. And if latent servicing is there, we don't believe we should be paying a premium to access those services that have been beside us since 1982, that we've been accommodating. First of all, we accommodated a lift station on our site. And so I think our position is that we believe we can work with the SAFs that are normal SAFs up until that point. We'll obviously participate in the studies that are being done, and then we'll have our contributions to that discussion, and we'll abide by the SAF that comes out at the end. But we don't think there's a reason to hold up interim procedures because the latent servicing is there, and we actually truly don't believe there are significant, we've just made the commitment, we'll cover those, but there are significant unforeseen costs that will come back to bite the city in that 2 to 3 year period.
Good. Thank you very much. There's no other questions from members of council. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move forward with our last delegation on this, Mr. Kevin Reese. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My name is Kevin Reese, and I represent the Creeks development. And I submitted a brief. I wasn't planning to make a presentation, but I'll oblige Council, as I'm always intend to do, with your questions.
Okay. Let's see if there's any questions of you. Councillor Donald.
Thanks, Your Worship. Evening, Mr. Reese.
Hello.
From your presentation, I'm going to just read a little line so that everybody understands what I'm asking, and I'll get you to respond. Decide who benefits and allocate the benefit accordingly. The principle that taxpayers should not be required to fund infrastructure that would not be built if the city stopped growing is a flawed principle. Would you elaborate on that, please, for me?
Sure. Your Worship, anytime the city builds infrastructure, regardless of whether it's a developer or the city, there's a benefit, certainly in my mind, to all of the citizens of Regina. And the hard part is identifying how to allocate those benefits to the different groups that may be funding that infrastructure. To simply say that if we were to stop growing today, that this is our infrastructure that we have today. This is it. Anything over and above that, the developers have to pay for. And the new home buyers eventually going to pay for that through the price of their new home. I just don't see how that could be a principle that could be adhered to. I mean, there is certainly benefit that could be attributed to the existing tax base for any new infrastructure that would be built, whether it's a road, a sewage system, a water pressure system, a park. So the hard part is to try to identify how to allocate that benefit. And so that's what I mean by that statement, Your Worship.
Thanks. So if I was to speculate, in the coming couple of years when there is time and negotiation and people are together, is that one of those principles that you would see that would be discussed?
Your Worship, absolutely. That has to be discussed. And I think that we really need to come to grips with that. So, you know, whoever's going to be representing the existing tax base, I assume it's administration and council, but they also represent everybody involved in the process. We're going to have to take a hard look at how we do that. And there's going to be some tough decisions, and there's going to be, I think it's almost, in some cases, line by line, going through the infrastructure projects to determine, like, you can't just say, like, this road is blanket and say, you know, roadworks is X percentage. There might be some things that we have to take a hard look at and come up with different percentages.
So I'm going to offer a suggestion that would kind of be a question. So rather than opinion, you and I may differ. Could we work toward a fact, a scientific study, would that be a reasonable request?
Your Worship, yes, it would be a reasonable request.
Thanks.
It's always about the facts, isn't it?
We don't have the facts. That's part of the issue. I don't think we have enough of them yet.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Just building on what Councillor Donald was saying through you, Your Worship. So in your line of thought with that, do you not feel that new home buyers also benefit from infrastructure that other home builders or home buyers had already paid for, like the Lawson, Southwest Leisure Center, parks that are already in place? Do you not think they benefit from that as well, so it sort of balances out?
Your Worship, I don't know if it balances out, but that's what the property tax system is for. And so if revenue needs to be raised by City Council to sustain or build new sort of citywide infrastructure, that should be coming from the property tax system, or at least a good portion of it, or some portion of it. I don't know what it is until we work our way through it. But definitely there's a benefit to new home buyers. But you know what? A lot of those new home buyers are already existing taxpayers of the city of Regina, and they've probably paid for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for answering questions.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the main report, the interim phasing and financing plan. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing forward CR 1472.
Before we get to it, I'll just ask for a seconder, please. Councilor Hawkins. Thank you.
And the recommendation of the Executive Committee, which met on June 9th, 2014. And I'll just briefly summarize the 9 recommendations. And this all refers to servicing agreement fee rates for 2014 and 2015, and that the administration be directed to process and develop only the plan applications lands that are in this interim plan, and that a 2-year servicing agreement fee development levy policy review take place with stakeholders, and that the phasing and financing of post-300K land be deferred until after that policy review is finished, and that the servicing agreement administration fees include the funding of 3 new engineers, and that the development of employment areas be done on a case-by-case basis, and that a bylaw, development levy bylaw in accordance with the approved interim phasing and financing plan be brought forward. The Executive Committee also received a presentation from Rosewood Park Development, which you just heard them earlier this evening, and so we voted for and added a 10th recommendation to this report, that special study take place and report back to us by September 10th, 2014.
Thanks, Councilor Young. Any more comments?
Yes.
You can close the debate if you'd like, so you continue on if you'd like.
I have some comments. I think that this is a significant direction and a significant report for the city. In the Design Regina priorities, one of them was long-term financial viability. And that is not possible unless we manage our growth. In fact, Mr. Jedlak referred to it as smart growth. So to have 2 years to do a review so that we can get this right and do all of the research we need to do is really important. The principle that growth pays for growth underlies this, and so too much growth too fast hurts the taxpayers and the city administration. So I have a question for the administration. We have 9 235K growth areas that are approved now for development, and there are 3 300Ks in this report that would go forward. What is the implication for the city if we just went forward with all of the development that people would like to do now?
Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, the administration analyzed that type of scenario, and I might defer to Ms. Lubner, who led the project, to maybe outline some of the financial implications of that scenario.
Through Your Worship, we did look at a number of scenarios. Without the policy changes that are being proposed during the interim period, if we allowed all the neighborhoods to proceed, the servicing agreement fees would go into a deficit in excess of $250 million, and it would stay in a significant deficit position for the entire 20-year life of our plan.
Thank you. And just one more statement. Since we are not clear and sure of how fast growth will happen in this city, it would seem that it would be wise to manage that growth and not put ourselves into a compromising position that would bring risk to the taxpayer and risk to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Are there other speakers on the report? Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'll just like to say that I do plan to support this report. I think it's given where we've been with this You know, these questions of the past few years, I think this is a step in the right direction. I'd also like to make the point, though, that this isn't a flying leap in the right direction or anything like that. The Service Agreement Fund is still going to take on an additional $30 million of debt in the next 2 years, taking it from about $20 million in the hole to $50 million in the hole. Also to note that even with 3 new neighborhoods, that, as was mentioned, means that we'll have 12 developable areas in the city. That's quite a lot. You know, Saskatoon does them 4 at a time. You know, and it's not an exactly fair comparison because they'll start new communities before old ones are finished. But the fact is, when we talk about complete communities, one of the advantages that Saskatoon has over Regina is that their neighborhoods become complete much quicker than we do with 12 different neighborhoods on the go. That has an implication for us through infrastructure, that we have to have a lot of pipes in the ground that aren't at their full, hate to say that, but if we can say at the full sort of tax capacity for longer. And it also means for people living in those new neighborhoods, they have to wait longer to live in a built-out community. You know, certainly if you're going to buy a new house, certainly you want a place that's going to feel like a community before your kids move out of the basement, even though sometimes that might take 30, 40 years too. So, finally, an important note is that since 2007 till now, house prices in Regina have climbed by $210,000. Only about $9,000 of that is related to increases in service agreement fees. So definitely when we hear about affordability, we should be very concerned with affordability, but we also should keep it in perspective that really service agreement fees, even with these quite significant changes we've made, you know, it's a bit of a red herring, I think, to say that that's really at the cause of the housing prices in Regina. It's just simply not true. So finally, I'll just like to say that phasing makes sense. Developers do it. When developers bring a new neighborhood online, they certainly do it in phases that reflect the cost of development. It's a smart thing for them to do, and we haven't been doing it, but it's a smart thing for us to do too. So kudos to administration for bringing this forward. And the next 2 years, this will be a really crucial question for the city to make sure that we get the new numbers right. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. I realize that probably a lot of people either watching or sitting in the audience don't know what we're talking about. I'm going to categorize it this way. This is a big deal, and this is big money. And so at the end of the day, we end up owning all of this infrastructure. That is, we, the collective. And so we have to make some serious decisions on this as we go along. The one thing I heard it before, I heard it at executive, heard a little bit today, is to our administration. This is not an easy task to get it to this point. So I want to compliment our administration on the hard work and the good work, by the way. So a couple of thoughts. My colleague here mentioned about phasing, and I think that's an important foundation piece. I think it's also important that we now are looking at the notion of cost by area. We did not do that before. That's not where we began, but that is an important concept, and I heard some agreement in that. But we have other areas where we don't have agreement. And so I appreciate Mr. Reese coming forward. He and I need to have a couple of chats, but this notion of who pays and how that's spread out, to me, is another one of those key ingredients. That's what I will be looking for in the future, and where that makes sense and how that works. I do not accept just an opinion that it should be a certain way. I can argue a different way. So that, to me, is a foundation piece. What we talked a lot about at Executive Committee was the notion of collaboration. And collaboration is to me, a foundation piece. I think at some point in time we should take a serious look with the OCP as our benchmark as to this is where a city is, this is where it's going to grow, and this is how we're going to do it together. There is a notion here that I want to make very clear. We are growing, and we continue to grow. And so when I ask the question about how much land, the idea is to keep everybody busy, everybody growing, everybody have choice, but we are continuing to grow. And so we need not to step back notionally, but we need to make sure that we're doing this correctly, because I began my statement by saying this is a big deal and this is big money. This might be the biggest financial decision that we'll ultimately make as a council over these next couple of years, because it has a long-term impact. I like what we have here. I'm going to go with this. But I also want to finish with this. Rosewood makes a very good presentation. By pushing this back, I need to see, and I want to be clear about this, I need to see the financial impacts. This is a business deal, folks. We're doing business here. And I need to make sure we see how that works. I get it with attainable housing. I get it with recreation. I get it with the seniors care. Those are all wonderful things. I need to see the numbers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just have a couple of things to add as well. I think we're doing it right by preparing and making sure the infrastructure is in place with our new neighborhoods and making sure that the developers know the cost of that. So I think that that's a good thing. I think that we do need to be prepared because we can't have communities growing in a haphazard way because it just doesn't work out financially for us. And we'd have infrastructure that doesn't work properly or doesn't align with what we've already got. So I think that we have to have a community that's well planned out, and we have to make sure the servicing agreement fees match how much it costs, at least as much as we can, to what the new infrastructure is. So we have to do that, and I think that we need to take our time and do this. We can't be pushed into doing something really quickly just because everybody wants it done.
Thank you, Councilor Price. Other speakers on this? Councilor Young, if you take the chair, please, I'd like to make a few comments. Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the administration and thanking members of the development community, the builders, the Home Builders Association, and others who are in the audience for a long process that's gone on for quite some time. It's a very difficult process to go through. I share the view of Councilor O'Donnell. This is a significant issue. The numbers are huge, and the implications are massive, both for how we grow in the future, how we see ourselves growing, and how we see and bring life to the official community plan, which is really the basis of this report before us, because we all agreed we'd have this plan in place. I would say the interim report, interim agreement, which is Appendix A, is probably the least flawed of all of them, because we have more agreement on A than we do on the other option B and C. And we heard, by and large, agreement to go forward on an interim plan, but to make sure we get the long-term plan right. So my first comments are going to go for the long-term plan. And we heard a lot about innovation. We heard a lot about a stormwater report that the industry has put forward as a basis for efficiency, innovation in the marketplace, which is exactly what we need to see when we see development. So to the administration, the thoughts on the storm study, what that means, a stormwater study, what does that mean? Have they seen it? Will it form part of the review that goes forward on the longer-term plan?
Mr. Carlston.
Madam Chair, it's something that we have been reviewing, and we do believe that there is some potential merit within that. So we've been reviewing it now, so the results of that will feed into the longer-term plan. And it's something that we certainly encourage with the industry, and they are often the drivers of innovation.
They certainly are. So I hope that that's the case, and certainly the issue of what's included and not included in infrastructure is important to get the view of industry. And they don't necessarily drive the bus, but they certainly have an impact on that, a knowledge of that through innovation and other things that come to the market. So that would be an important element. So we're talking here about phased growth, phased development. And I make that distinction between that and controlled growth, where we would want to lock down the city and only grow in ways that we as council think is right. We've heard from delegations at executive, and we've heard it again here. The agreement that there is variety of areas for growth. There's a number of areas within the city that continue to grow under the interim agreement that we're going to be voting on in a few moments. And that tells me that overall there's consensus or agreement by the industry. Some don't agree. I know I will certainly say that. We are well aware of that. But I support the report before us tonight. But I really want to focus and reiterate again, I should say, the need for the right report in the long term, the agreement that takes us into the future. That's absolutely critical because we're looking at affordability of our city. We're looking at what's doable, what's possible. We had a discussion even, and I want to confirm this once again. In the report it talks about more than one developer in an area, that the first area developer would bear the cost of infrastructure, and that we would, I guess, use best efforts, if you will, to ensure that subsequent developers in the area would also receive benefit from this and pay their share, I should say. Now, the answer back to the administration Madam Deputy Mayor, was that it would be a pretty ironclad agreement. The report doesn't say that. It's sort of best efforts. So I want to confirm on council tonight that actually we will have, either by way of a written agreement or at some point for subdivision approval, that risk will be transferred to the subsequent developer that comes in, and they bear the risk as well. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, certainly what we'll be looking at doing is working it into the subdivision agreement, which means it would be a condition of approval, which would flow through to the servicing agreement.
That's good to hear. One final note, just on Appendix A, I will support that. My concern is one of the cost of affordability for the city and for Coopertown itself. Its impact would be significant. It would be significant on other developers in other areas in the city. And it is 2 years or even less before we move to a longer-term agreement, and Coopertown may well be on the way then. So we're not looking at a longer term. I'd have a different perspective if this was a 5 or 6 year hiatus, but it is not. It is a short hiatus. I urge members of council to support the report before us. Let's get on with development. We now have an agreement on an interim basis. We have some very strong lines of discussion to be had on the long-term arrangement that will bring us some stability and predictability and clarity. Thank you. Other speakers on the report? Councilor Young to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. My colleagues have asked all of the questions and made all of the comments, and I'd just like to end by saying that the people who develop areas and who build our homes are a really important part of our community, and without them we wouldn't have our neighborhoods. So it's important that this 2-year review that we will do with the stakeholders will give us an opportunity to come up with a good long-range plan for the city. So we look forward to that.
So Councilor Young has closed debate. I'll call the question on the report before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. So we'll move on to Delegation 14-56. This is Tim Gross, which is on the Sask Housing Corporation report that went to Executive Committee. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Tim Gross. I'm Executive Director of Sask Housing Corporation, and I'm joined with me with Diane Baird, Executive Director of Housing Development at Saskatchewan Housing Corporation. Sask Housing Corporation is renewing its current housing portfolio, and we're doing that by selling up to 130 of our single-unit dwellings in the portfolio in City Regina. And we'll be using those funds to develop new multi-unit dwellings. Now, the City Regina is a 5% ownership partner in approximately 40% of the single-family dwellings owned by the Saskatchewan Housing Corporation. Sask Housing Corporation is requesting that the city allow its share of the proceeds from the sales to be reinvested as capital grant towards the construction of those multi-unit dwellings. We're here to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions? Councilor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Good evening. Can you give me a little update of where we are at now? So you've started the sale of some of these homes. Can you tell me where that's at, but also where you're heading in terms of construction?
Yeah. So we've actually, by and large, the intent is to do most of the development first and then do the sales. Having said that, we have started some sales where they have become vacant. We've undertaken a proposal call process. The first one was completed late last year. The units are already under construction, due to be completed in Hawkstone Development, 48 units, and that will be available sometime in the fall of this year. We also have another proposal call that has recently closed we're in the process of negotiating the final details of that project. Can't say a lot about it at this point in time, but it won't be located in the same part of the city as our first project.
So if I could just follow up with one more question. I heard two things. The sale of house does not happen until it has become vacant, and therefore no one's being displaced. And the second part is that you have a plan to perhaps create new housing stock, but in a variety of areas within our community.
That's correct.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Just two quick questions, just trying to put this in perspective. How does this number of houses relate to your entire stock in the city?
We own approximately 3,100 units in the city. It's a range of single, semi, multi-unit, high-rise buildings.
Okay, and in general, is your stock increasing or decreasing in general?
Yeah, I'll let Diane take this.
Basically, our stock in terms of Saskatchewan Housing Corporation stock is remaining about the same.
Okay.
However, the province has increased the housing stock in the city through third-party agencies over the recent years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third-party agencies.
Third-party agencies, but the portfolio that's owned by Saskatchewan Housing Corporation has remained relatively constant.
Okay, and of these 131 houses, is that right?
130, yes.
130. How many units will be built in?
Our plan is to replace one for one.
Okay. And roughly, bedroom-wise, roughly it's the same?
What we do is we take a look at the current needs in terms of the client mix and kind of match it up in terms of size.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like you to confirm the arrangement and that it's satisfactory to you. The $538,200 that would be forfeit to the Housing Corporation, that would be the entire amount. That is my understanding. You're then saying you would not apply for further grants, incentive grants, for additional housing. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And that the city would not be exposed under this option to any further losses.
That's correct.
If there are any associated with that housing.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Good questions. No other questions of the delegation. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll go to the Executive Committee report. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I bring forward CR 1473, Saskatchewan Housing Corporation Portfolio Renewal Initiative, and this came before the Executive Committee on June 11th, 2014, and option 1 was chosen, and we ask for concurrence on this recommendation.
If you have a seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the report. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I might just indulge members of council. There's been a request that we have a break for about 10 minutes. We have a long list of delegations if they would mind just for a moment. So if I have a motion for a recess for 10 minutes. Councillor Flagel, seconder, please. Councillor O'Donnell, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We are back here at 20 minutes to 8. Thank you. By my watch, 20 minutes to 8. Those are wrong. I'd like to bring the meeting back to order, if I could, please. We have a number of delegations stemming from the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee.
Your Worship, I have a conflict of interest on this, and I will leave the chamber.
Conflict of interest, so noted. Councillor Young, thank you very much. So we'll begin with delegations. First delegation is D 14-57, Mr. Bob Hughes. Mr. Hughes, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Bob Hughes, and I am a community member. If I could, just before I start, if I could have your indulgence, one of the people of our delegation here, Amy Petrovich, who's a school community council chair, has left to a quick meeting, and she may well be back before her time comes up. But if we could have your indulgence to allow her to speak in maybe out of order here in our lineup here, if that's possible.
Yes.
Okay. I want to thank Council for the opportunity to present this to.
Press the.
Oh, sorry about that. To present to this meeting regarding this very important decision. I rise to speak emphatically in support of the heritage designation recommended for Connaught School by your Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee. I assume that it is significant for you as a council when one of your committees makes such a recommendation. I understand also that this may be new territory for council to support a heritage designation where the building's administrator is not seeking it. However, I wish to remind council that this building's true owners are we, the citizens. And this recommendation comes from your committee members who have the interest, knowledge, and expertise in municipal heritage buildings. They have a special interest in heritage buildings, so to speak. As councillors, you may feel also that you are reluctant to act when you could be seen as interfering in another political body's decision. However, this is your decision to make. This is a significant landmark of the City of Regina, and you must not shirk your responsibility ensuring all measures are taken to preserve it. This is a City Council meeting and not a meeting of the school board. The Regina Public School Board administration has attempted to have people believe that any further study and discussion will delay the return of Connaught students to our community. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. The provincial government has only approved funding for planning support for a possible new school. These are not decisions that should be or need to be rushed. We are at a natural point at which we can pause, take our time, and ensure that we don't rush into demolishing a building that has and continues to be a focal point and landmark of our community. Council can lead the way in providing an innovative solution that can be positive for all, including the Regina Public School Board. I ask Council to ensure that every possible avenue be thoroughly explored, including the further second opinion by heritage conservationists who have the experience of addressing such structures and who do not have any conflict of interest in the building of a new one. And please don't bring up health and safety of our children as a concern. We will ensure their safety. After all, they are the children of our community of Regina. The Regina Public School Board reports show that safety of Wascana School students was and still may be of concern at that school. And that is more of a concern for us, and I'm sure for you, Councillor Murray. Lest you feel that the Regina Public School Board must have come to their decision to close and demolish Connaught after careful thought and consideration, let me remind you of recent history. My grandchildren began attending Connaught School after the Regina Public School Board closed a perfectly sound Athabasca school against the community's protests in the middle of an unprecedented population boom. Our community pleaded with the school board to keep possession of the Athabasca School building for the need that we knew was coming. When the school board finally noticed the need for maintenance of the Connaught School building, the Athabasca School building again was seen as a possible relocation for Connaught students. Of course, it was way too late for such backward planning. Without a heritage designation and with a quick teardown of this building, we could soon be in a very similar situation. Funding for a new building has not been yet secured, and our experience shows we were told that we're going to have a new building for Athabasca and Argyle.
Mr. Hughes, you have 1 minute.
Okay. Heritage designation would help prevent a quick tear down and could put the building back into use, or at least keep it available until Athabasca School, unlike in the Athabasca School situation. At a time when it only makes sense physically, environmentally, and socially to make every possible effort to save this beautiful hub of the inner city, I ask you to welcome the passion and involvement of Cathedral area citizens. Embrace it and work with this community. Be bold and innovative in the same way that you speak of the residential rehabilitation of the Mosaic Stadium area of the city. Help bring the Regina Public School Board and our community together so that everyone, including yourselves, can be proud of the part played in this effort. If we can't save a building with so much significance and community passion and support, what buildings are we going to be able to save? And I hope that we all have a special interest in that.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank
Your time
you.
is up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if you have anything else. First off, thanks for your presentation. Wondering if you have anything else to add.
No, I don't believe I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery. Florence Stratton is the next delegation, D14-58. Ms. Stratton, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Florence Stratton. I'm a tax-paying Regina resident who lives in the Cathedral area. I'm here to ask City Council to designate a Cole Connaught Community School a municipal heritage property. I have 6 interrelated reasons. My first reason, the immense value of historic buildings, includes a personal component. My mother attended Connaught School, starting in 1919, when the school was less than a decade old. For her, Connaught was a place laden with memories. This is one of the functions of historic schools, to provide a physical manifestation of memory. Historic schools are also frequently the cornerstone of their neighborhood. Connaught is now over 100 years old. An enduring presence in the Cathedral area, it helps to create the bonds of community in a diverse neighborhood. More generally, historic buildings give communities a sense of place, differentiating one neighborhood from another neighborhood and one city from another. Regina has already demolished so much of its built heritage that its downtown area is beginning to lose its distinctiveness. Please don't let this happen in Cathedral. We don't want Connaught to be replaced by a nondescript building that doesn't mean anything to us. We want to keep our historic building. Connaught was built to last. Moose Jaw has restored and renovated its historic schools. Connaught, too, can be successfully refurbished to provide an inspirational learning environment for many more generations of Regina children. My second reason concerns the environment. As a report by the Planning Department recognizes, preserving historic buildings is an environmentally sound practice. It conserves new material, minimizes waste, saves the landfill, and reduces the city's carbon footprint. According to the City of Regina's website, quote, helping the environment is everyone's responsibility. My third reason also has to do with being consistent with city policy. According to Design Regina, the City of Regina should, quote, embrace built heritage and conserve historic places. To vote against the designation of Connaught as a municipal heritage property would be to fly in the face of OCP policies. My fourth point raises the question of school ownership. The decision of the city administration not to recommend heritage status for Connaught hangs on this point. Quote, the practice of the administration has been to not pursue municipal heritage property designation without property owner consent. Heritage is evidently not in the school board's list of priorities. But does the school board really own Connaught? To many members of the public, this view of ownership doesn't make any sense. Doesn't a public school belong to the public, the tax-paying public that paid for it, as well as those members of the public who attended it and in whose neighborhood it stands? As petitions and surveys have demonstrated, the public places a high value on Connaught as part of our city's built heritage. My fifth point follows on my fourth. The school board seems to be very much alone in its view that the heritage value of Connaught School doesn't matter. The application for heritage status for Connaught is supported by a number of stakeholders. The planning department's report itself found Connaught to be an important heritage property. The Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee voted to designate Connaught a heritage property. Design Regina recognizes the heritage value of Connaught. Connaught has even gained national recognition from Heritage Canada. It is only the Regina Public School Board that is indifferent to Connaught's heritage value.
Stratton, you have 1 minute.
My final point has to do with the relationship between the school board and the community. For 2 years, the community has been requesting the school board to allow a team of heritage conservators into the building to do a proper assessment of its condition. For 2 years, the school board has refused access. When asked at a recent school board meeting to explain why, the board chair's only response was a contemptuous shrug of her shoulders. The community consultation process over Connaught has been deeply flawed. There's been no transparency and no truly participatory decision-making. By awarding Connaught heritage status, City Council can engage the school board and the community in exploring all the options for the school, a process that would heal a rift between the board and the community.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot, Ms. Stratton, for your presentation. Just wondering if you have anything else to add.
Yes, I do. I have a couple of quick points. First, Design Regina mandates the city to, quote, encourage owners to protect historic places through good stewardship and voluntarily designating their property for listing on the Heritage Property Register. In the case of Connaught, did the city live up to this obligation? And if not, it's an omission that could easily be remedied this evening. My second point has to do with the order in which presentations on a particular item are listed in the agenda. I'm told by the city clerk's office that order is determined by time of submission. For example, if I submit my presentation several days before the deadline, I'll be listed near the beginning. However, in my experience, presentations that support the position of the city administration are always last in the list, and hence provide an all too convenient segue into the next item, City Council's decision on the matter. And this is the case again tonight. It seems to me quite unlikely that such presentations are always submitted last. So my question is, how is the order of presentations determined?
Okay, anything else? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next presentation. Next one is D14-59, June Botkin. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of the council may have questions for you after.
I am not June Botkin.
You're not?
No. June contacted me, and she's been called away.
Could you just state who you are then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Patricia Elliott.
Okay.
And I'm representing June Botkin of Botkin Historic Building Conservators. She did provide a report and invites you to contact her if you have questions. She is a building conservator, and she wanted to offer her voice in support of the MHAC Committee's recommendation of municipal heritage designation. Her report speaks to what building conservation is all about. She says, I was trained in cultural resource management at the University of Victoria with a specialization in heritage conservation planning. I have a number of additional certificates, including certificates in masonry building assessment and life cycle cost analysis. In 2012, I was one of 22 people worldwide and the only Canadian to be accepted to study at the International Center for the Study of Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property in Rome, Italy. She then goes on to say, my company, Botkin Historic Building Conservators, provides several services, including project management, building inspections and surveys, preparation of conservation plans, preparation of heritage value assessments, and adaptive reuse planning. She says, I'm not myself a structural engineer, but I work with and supervise structural engineers on conservation projects. When assessing a historic property, it is important to work with diverse specialists who can look at the building from many angles of expertise. As a project manager, I found that with appropriate teamwork and research, there are cost-effective, innovative solutions that can be devised for any problem an older building may have. There are very few good reasons to rush to condemn or de-insure a building that has high heritage value. I have had the opportunity to tour Connaught School and to read the engineering reports, and I do not see a building beyond repair and rehabilitation. At the least, it is no worse off than many other buildings in the city, including some schools. What I see is a building that has suffered from ongoing water seepage and inappropriate interventions that are stressing the structure. These are things that can be dealt with, along with measures to bring the building up to code. For example, slabs that are too narrow for modern-day standards, which was named as a reason cannot be rehabilitated without gutting the building, can be brought up to code through a variety of non-destructive reinforcement measures that have developed in recent years for this purpose. This is why it is important to have a variety of specialists assessing the building, such as masonry specialists and building conservators. The first step is to undertake an appropriate level of research. One of the biggest stumbling blocks for gaining any kind of reasonable renovation estimate for Connaught has been a lack of detailed structural testing. I would recommend the following, and then she lists a number of tests that she feels should be carried out, and says once there is an understanding of the building, then one can move forward with exploring options to keep it off the landfill and in service. The community has stated on many occasions that it's willing to cost share or pay entirely for a complete inspection to take place. In addition to heritage valuation, responsible planning should include a full cost accounting of the environmental impacts of demolition and new construction, including a statement on the percentage of material that will be taken to the landfill. A 2012 U.S. study found that no matter how energy efficient a new building is, it can take up to 80 years to overcome the energy expenditure and carbon footprint created by demolition and new construction. City planners around the world have come to accept that the careful rehabilitation and reuse of existing building stock is key to creating sustainable, livable cities. The Regina Public School Board has a sustainability policy that recognizes the impact of decision-making on the environment. The policy states the board strives for effective environmental practices and innovation and promises to work toward these aims, quote, in collaboration with parents and the community, end quote. Therefore, the policy groundwork is present for working with the city in the spirit of joint stewardship of our shared environment. Municipal heritage designation will provide the needed incentive for this to occur.
Thank you very much for your presentation or the reading of the presentation. I'm not sure if you can answer questions on this report, if you'd like to do that, but possibly not. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll just stand off.
You're the next delegation, I believe, as well, are you not? So come back up and just do this all over again. And you can identify who you are for the purpose of your presentation, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
All right, thank you. And good evening. I am Trish Elliott, representing myself. I've given you already quite a lot of reading, including a link to a nomination package that's 170 pages, so I'm not going to belabor that. Your advisory committee has reviewed all the information very carefully and concluded that École Connaught Community School should be recognized as a municipal heritage property. Your planning department has also provided a report which states Connaught has heritage value, that rehabilitation is environmentally better, and that all stakeholder groups contacted supported its designation. The planning report also highlights our official community plan, which directs council to, and I quote, protect, conserve, and maintain historic places, and to leverage and expand funding, financial support, and other means of support to encourage the conservation of historic places. A historic place is defined as a place named in the OCP. Connaught is so named as a prominent building with, I quote, significant heritage value. So the case for the school itself is open and shut. It is a historic property of significant value to Regina citizens. This places the onus on the city to seek its protection and conservation by your own policy. The remaining issue is owner consent, and I remind you also that the owner in essence changes every 4 years, and the fact that some schools, such as Thompson, are on the heritage list, holding list, while others, such as Connaught, are not, speaks to changing priorities and approaches among 7 board members. With this in mind, I think it seems best to stick to the ranking criteria set out in your designation policy and your OCP guidelines, which is it a historic property? Does it deserve heritage status? On review, the answer was yes on both counts. Also note that heritage designation is not an absolute prohibition against demolition or alteration. Its effect is to place a duty to consult on the owner. And there is no stronger case for a duty to consult with the city than the case of École Connaught, nationally recognized at the intersection of 2 highly visible thoroughfares and stabilizing the western end of what is Regina's most intact historic corridor. So the city has every right to have a say. Heritage is your bailiwick and your responsibility. In 1981, the Chinook School Board decided Morse School absolutely had to be demolished. The town of Morse stepped in and declared it a heritage property over the owner's objections. As a result, town and board ended up working together and obtained restoration grants for the old building. In 2009, the Canadian Museums Association awarded Morse School and Morse Museum a National Collaboration Award. Ironically, the school was closed the same year due to enrollment guidelines. The students are now bused to Herbert, but I'm told they get their grad photos taken in front of the old school because its century-old bricks mean something. The building ties generations together, holds people's connection to their town, and invites new visitors, and that's why bricks and mortars do matter. This is reflected in the close to 300 emails you received recently with personal comments from parents, students, alumni, and citizens, including my old art history teacher, Roger Lee, who I haven't heard from in years, who chimed in, "The past will not haunt you, but invigorate you." They joined 1,800 people who signed an online petition, over 1,500 who signed a paper petition, more than 300 who signed an open letter to the board, and some 700 who have sent postcards to the Ministers of Education and Culture in recent weeks. Of course, there'll always be some differing opinions, but overall the support for heritage retention is strong and sustained, both within and outside the school community, as noted in the community survey referenced in my submission, and as noted in the board's planning consultants in their report as well. In conclusion, I titled my submission An Opportunity for Our City because I do believe status for Connaught presents more opportunities than drawbacks. First, the obstacles confronting the school board can be overcome. The ministry has informed us that they would entertain a renovation proposal if it were presented to them. The SSBA has stated the insurance obstacle has to do with student liability.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, more so than building insurance. With students leaving the school June 26th, that's no longer an issue, allowing time to insure and retain the building while options are more carefully considered. What cannot be overcome is if new construction funding doesn't come through or is delayed for years, as we've seen with other projects, and student enrollment drops below viability, leaving us with nothing, as almost happened to the town of Morse. Second, you'll never have a more high-profile case to demonstrate that our new OCP can solve thorny issues through integrated planning and by bringing parents, partners, and stakeholders to a common table. Third and finally, École Connaught is a golden opportunity to advance concepts like sustainable planning, smart growth, landfill waste reduction, embodied energy audits, and heritage retention, all key components to the creative city of the 21st century. Given the local and national attention this school has received, Regina could really shine on this. And you would be stars on the conference circle if the city can pull this off, I'm sure.
Ms. Sudge, your time is up.
Okay, I'm just, we'll say setting the bar is high, isn't easy, but it's worth it.
Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thanks to you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation, Ms. Elliott, and for all your hard work on this over the weeks and months and years. Do you have anything else to add?
Well, I was just going to say that setting the bar as high as possible is never easy, but it is always worth it. I think you should make the effort to really get outside the box this time and take a different approach to this. For me, I am very concerned about our neighborhood and where it's going. I lived in transition when it kind of flipped over from residential to suddenly not being such a livable neighborhood anymore. It happened very quickly. I can see that. I'm on the 20 block just west of Elphinstone. We're going to have like either an empty lot or construction, whatever, to the south of us, the stadium construction to the north. It's not really what I signed up for when I moved to Cathedral. There was a fellow on the MHAT committee who expressed concerns that with only the little library now as the bookend, I mean, it shrinks the heritage block or corridor by a full block. And it can start a domino effect down 13th. And people are concerned about the continued livability of Cathedral, which we've worked so hard for, and this is a piece of it.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? You can return to the gallery this time for good, I think.
Okay.
No more questions.
Thank you
very much.
Although we're losing parents like flies, so I might.
Amy Petrovich, is she here? I think it was
Your Worship,
mentioned she-
sorry, we could move her further ahead. I'll move a table on hers, I guess.
We'll move the table. Seconder for the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to Bill Brennan, Report 62. Mr. Brennan, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm on. The little red light's on. I'm Dr. Bill Brennan. I'm president of Heritage Regina, which since 1977 has been trying to convince Regina City Councils to respect, celebrate, and preserve Regina's built heritage.
Great.
I can start.
Go ahead.
I'm going to cover a lot of the same ground that others have. Obviously, Heritage Regina supports the designation of Connaught School as a municipal heritage property, and I'm going to offer 4 reasons why we think this is the thing to do. The first is obvious. Connaught School is the oldest school in Regina still being used for its original purpose. Connaught School also occupies a special place in the history of education in Regina. In 1976, Connaught introduced a French immersion stream, and in 1980, the surrounding community helped to pilot a community schools program, making it the first and for many years the only dual-track French-English community school in Canada. Reginans who live in the Cathedral neighborhood have demonstrated on many occasions that Connaught holds great value for them. Their care of the school grounds, their careful documentation of the school's history, their celebration of significant anniversaries over the years, including the installation of a bronze plaque when the school turned 100, and alumni donations of historical artifacts and photographs are all proof of this. And at public meetings, they have demonstrated a preference for considering heritage value in making planning decisions. All of this not only reflects an appreciation of Connaught School's aesthetic contribution to the Cathedral neighborhood, but its role in sustaining intergenerational linkages and a sense of continuous history in one of Regina's oldest neighborhoods. It is worth noting here that in 2013, City Council acknowledged the heritage value of Connaught and its importance to the community and to Regina when it awarded the George Bothwell Heritage Award for Public Service to the school's Centennial Committee. Connaught School is part of the substantial body of work of James H. Punton, a prominent Regina architect during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. In all, Punton designed 6 public elementary schools in Regina. 3 have already been demolished: Benson, Haltane, and Whitmore. Connaught's fate will be decided tonight. The future of Kitchener School is uncertain. That would leave Lakeview School as the only school left in Regina, only elementary school left in Regina that Punton designed. Connaught School also occupies a special place in the history of the West End, as it was once called, now the Cathedral neighborhood. A city's built heritage can bring a sense of place to its communities and neighborhoods. Historic buildings, by their layout, form, and construction materials, give an important sense of place and identity to the Cathedral neighborhood. Along 13th Avenue, one still finds such landmarks as Westminster Presbyterian Church, Holy Rosary Cathedral, Sacred Heart Academy, the Connaught Library, and Connaught School. Those who call the Cathedral neighborhood home have shown a keen interest in preserving and celebrating its heritage character. By my count, 11 buildings in the Cathedral neighborhood have been designated as municipal heritage properties by Regina City Council. and another 42 are currently on the Municipal Heritage Holding Bylaw list. Connaught School is one of the cornerstones of the historic Cathedral neighborhood, and Heritage Regina would urge you to protect and preserve this elegant building which James H. Punton designed more than a century ago. I'm going to talk about the OCP too, which I guess is what you guys call it now. The official community plan, which City Council initiated and has now adopted, recognizes that, quote, many neighborhoods have long histories and are home to important cultural heritage resources, rich architecture and historic places. And it pledges, quote, Regina will continue to conserve, protect, and support its cultural resources, historic places, civic identity, and intercultural dialogue as important civic elements. You can do this tonight by designating Connaught School as a municipal heritage property. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Brennan. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Great, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, thanks for your presentation, and do you have anything else to add?
I think that the issue is pretty obvious if you think preserving Regina's built heritage is important.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Oh, sorry, there's another question.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor
Thanks.
Flagel.
I got a few questions, actually, because I'm going to ask them somebody, and I figured it's going to be you. So
okay. Maybe I can answer them.
School is out June 26th, right?
Yeah.
Who owns the school, according to you? City or the school board?
Well, it's managed by the school board for the people of Regina.
Okay.
For the public school ratepayers of the city of Regina.
If it comes back to being a heritage property, who owns it then? Heritage Regina?
No.
City of Regina? School board?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay. I don't either. I'm
No.
wondering. That's why I'm asking.
No debating, Councillor Flagel. Just
yeah.
no
I
debate.
guess what I'm wondering about is you're asking for the building to be left as heritage, and yet tonight, not yet have I heard about what are we going to do with our children in the interim by any delegation so far. Maybe a few will bring it up now, but I've not heard that. You have a school full of children that it won't be there for the next 1 to 3 years, possibly, regardless of what is decided. Does Heritage take that into consideration at all?
Well, yes, but it's the responsibility of City Council to make a decision as to what to do. I mean, this is part of City Council's responsibility. Sometimes, when a building is proposed for designation as a municipal heritage property, the understanding is the building will continue to do what it's done. In other cases, and one can think of a number of examples in Regina, adaptive reuse, repurposing the building has been a way to give it a new life, because there's really no point in designating empty buildings as municipal heritage properties. And I recognize that what to do with Connaught, if in fact the school does close, is a big issue. And I don't have any simple answers to that. But I would certainly, on behalf of Heritage Regina, be happy to make whatever suggestions we might make if this matter comes before City Council again.
Right. Through you, Mr. Do you know why the school board is pulling out of Connaught?
I don't, but I tell you this: back in the late 1980s, there was a history of the Regina public school system written by Dr. John Archer. And if you look at the list of schools that were public schools that were constructed in Regina, beginning in the 1880s and 1890s, of the schools that existed in Regina as of 1985, I think it is, 30 elementary and high schools, public high schools, have been demolished by successive Regina public school boards in that period.
And for me to understand heritage a little bit better, when a building of this nature takes on possible designation, do you take into consideration, in fact, asbestos, lead paints, deterioration of building, recosting of putting it back together? Do you put that all into it? And, I mean, we're hearing numbers, Mr. Mayor, of up to $25 million to restore this.
Question.
True or not. But do you guys, there was one there, do you take it into account of all the different costs involved?
Our hope is that if a building is designated as a municipal heritage property, or a provincial heritage property for that matter too, that it will continue to have a useful life.
Okay. But you don't take into a fact of asbestos, lead, paint?
Well, I mean...
Or do you? The total cost?
I'm not sure I understand how a building can have a useful life if there are issues within the building that are a threat.
Okay.
But the building has been here for a long time, 103 years now. It's an important building in the Cathedral neighborhood. Surely, we as a community, and you as our elected representatives, should give this building a long and careful look before you decide to allow it to be demolished.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other questions? You can return to the gallery now, and we'll proceed with our next delegation, D14-63, Jeannie Ma.
I will say that Amy Petrovich is back now, so would you like to take them?
I didn't hear that. Oh, is she here?
Yes.
Okay. Amy Petrovich, are you here? Please come forward. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for a presentation.
Okay, hi, my name is Amy Petrovich, and I'm representing myself and my family. I apologize I wasn't here earlier. I was here and I had to go to another meeting, and I'm back now. So, I'm a Cathedral area resident with 2 children who attend École Connaught Community School. The Cathedral area is a well-known and enviable community that values our heritage buildings, which are part of our culture, and we have the right to be able to retain them. The school has been the cornerstone of our community for over 100 years and deserves to be treated with more respect than it's been given of late. When the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee recommended municipal heritage status for Connaught, my eyes filled with tears of joy. For the first time, an official body actually listened and asked thoughtful questions. The members understood our community's desire for heritage retention, rather than dismissing the idea with contempt and disbelief. They understood that our children do in fact enjoy and benefit from learning in a historic setting. They made a well-thought-out recommendation based on their knowledge of heritage conservation and its importance to our city and young people. As chair of the École Connaught Community School Council, I have attended several community input sessions. In April and May of 2012, the school board held 3 meetings for community members, including parents, teachers, students, and area residents. During the first meeting, it was made clear that the board's consultant administrators favored demolishing our historic school, which had just celebrated its 100th anniversary, to replace it with a new open concept school. The overwhelming response of the people who filled the gym that evening was respect our heritage, take better care of our building, and pursue rehabilitation, renovation, and retrofitting for the future. Although we had never been before told there were major problems with the building, suddenly we were told that our school was at the end of its useful life and was not a good candidate for renovation. When someone asked if we could have a second opinion on the building's condition, the answer was no. The answer has been no ever since. Imagine how differently these meetings might have gone if Connaught had official recognition as a heritage building. If Connaught were a designated property, renovation would be the first option to be explored, and it would be done properly. The consultant's final report noted that the #1 design consideration emerging from 3 public meetings was a strong desire to retain some or all of the Connaught School building. Yet after a long silence in February 2013, the board suddenly brought forward and passed a recommendation to pursue funding for all new construction instead of a renovation, stating that renovation would be too costly. A major factor in the cost was lack of reliable information about the building's structure, which meant very high contingency costs. Despite the setback, support for our heritage school has remained very strong in the community. During these events, we celebrated our 100th anniversary and received 2 municipal heritage awards. Being part of a historic school was a wonderful opportunity for students to study Regina's history and connect with older generations who had attended the school in decades past. This continuity is important and can't be duplicated in any other setting. I cannot imagine graduates from the 1930s and 1940s would care to visit students in a new glass and steel building they feel no connection to. Our kids live in the Cathedral neighborhood. We live in older homes, and our kids do feel a connection to that school. Parents and community members also spent time connecting research, touring historic schools in other cities, and meeting with conservation experts. What we learned filled us with hope for our school. We saw with our own eyes what was possible. We heard how much students and teachers appreciate their beautiful, restored historic schools. In June 2013, the School Community Council asked the board to pursue heritage designation, opening a door to grants, specialized knowledge, and funding partnerships.
Ms. Petrovich, you have 1 minute left.
We felt heritage designation would be a much-needed help for equality, addressing the needs of the board, families, and community. After the idea was turned down, 319 people signed an open letter in protest showing heritage designation was a concept that many thought was worth pursuing. I am happy the Heritage Advisory Committee has taken up that idea on behalf of the residents. The new school designs we've been shown as the ideal model do not fit our neighborhood, nor have they been proven to better provide outcomes for students. In February 2014, some 200 school community members attended a meeting in the Connaught Gym, where once again the board heard loud and clear that the school's heritage was important and that the people wanted a second or even a third opinion from people who specialize in rehabilitating older buildings. Since then, we've been told the school must close immediately, putting families into a panic that could have been avoided with some timely, relatively inexpensive repairs estimated at $67,000. It is a strong testament that community members quickly raised $9,000 to help offset the cost of repairs.
Ms. Petrovich, your 5 minutes are up. I'm sorry. Councilor Murray?
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Ms. Petrovich, for coming forward. Did you have more that you'd like to add briefly?
If I could just finish my half a paragraph here.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. This is the strength of our school community. If you vote to give Connaught the support it needs tonight, citizens will come forward to ensure a positive outcome for all. My children have gained immeasurably from attending a historic school that gives them a sense of pride and place. They have studied in a school that fits their neighborhood and has educated children for over 100 years, one of those whom is their grandfather. I hope future generations will have the same opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Your Worship.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go to Jeannie Ma, please. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Ma, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Regina. When Connaught School was built in 1912 during Regina's boom years, it was in great company, along with the legislative buildings, Westminster United Church, and the Carnegie Library. Holy Rosary Cathedral would open a year later. All were built of quality materials, solidly constructed, and built to last. This handsome, well-proportioned school, designed by provincial architect Clinton, was well thought out with a rational floor plan which children could understand. Its north-south alignment allows for natural light to enter, but avoids the glare of the southern light into classrooms. The corridors and stairwells are still generous and beautiful, with materials that are nice to touch. Having stood for 102 years, recognized by Heritage Canada as an endangered building, and having won 2 City of Regina Municipal Heritage Awards in 2012, and included in the City of Regina's own self-guided walking tours of historical neighborhoods, it's evident that Connaught School is of heritage value. The P3 consultations reported that, quote, the community consultation process revealed a very strong desire to retain the existing Connaught School building, unquote, a fact ignored by the school board. A community check of $9,000 offered to the school board for repairs to Connaught was not accepted or even acknowledged. We fear that due diligence has not been done. Visual inspection, even by structural engineers, is not enough. We have offered to pay for scientific testing of the building, but the Regina School Board refused to allow a heritage conservation team into the school for an in-depth 6-hour inspection to perform a series of physical tests. Sadly, it seems that Haltane, another solid and beautiful Punton design school, is about to be sold and, I fear, demolished. It is equally frustrating that Athabasca School was sold for just over $2 million during a population boom, while any new school will cost around $20 million. None of this makes economic sense and appears to demonstrate poor stewardship of public resources. During the Walk to Work consultations, we discussed the need to create iconic gateways to announce specific neighborhoods. Connaught School and Connaught Library are two iconic brick buildings which announce the entrance to Cathedral neighborhood. They are functional, useful, and beautiful. And because of their longevity in Canadian standards, the buildings connect many generations to our culture and geography, because these buildings are saturated with our memories and our personal history. Architecture connects us to place, and our lived memories deepen our sense of security, identity, and love of place. Connaught School and Connaught Library are a perfect intellectual fit. Built on human scale and visually pleasing, the school and the library are the intellectual and cultural hub of this community for children and adults alike. Neighborhood schools are the anchor for a community. Playgrounds are used by all ages, where a community can grow up and grow old together. Cathedral is now one of the most desired neighborhoods in Canada because it is a complete neighborhood. We can walk, cycle, use public transport, and we have all needed services: library, art gallery, cultural center, shops, and a school. The children who now walk to Connaught will be bused to Wascana School.
Ms. Moore, you have 1 minute.
Reported to be at the end of its life in 2013. Its foundation is in worse condition than Connaught, where the engineer states that a column has already failed and there is still risk for similar events to occur. While Connaught School refuses to spend the $67,000 to make Connaught safe, it will willingly spend over $1 million to repair Wascana, even while children there are in school. So Connaught children will go to a school which is more dangerous than the one they're in now. With every school closure, Regina Public School Board disrupts city design and planning. This should concern the City of Regina. It would be sensible for the city and the school board to work together to build a well-functioning city. It is hypocritical for the city to discuss walkable communities if schools in established neighborhoods are gone. Please astound all Regina citizens, if not all of Canada, by accepting the advice of your own Heritage Advisory Committee and grant heritage status to Connaught School.
Thank you. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if you have anything else to add there, Ms. Ma. Thanks.
Well, part of what the school talks about is using bits of architecture in schools. We've talked about that for Scott. But I'd like to point out, if that is not preserving heritage, does anybody know where the bits of the old City Hall are out in the front of our City Hall? Hands? Anyway, even if you do or you do not, it does not give you a clue of what the old City Hall was. So it's paying lip service to heritage if we do that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Our next delegation is Leslie Charlton. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Hello, my name is Leslie Charlton, and tonight I speak of heritage designation for Connaught School, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I own a cathedral business, have been a board member of the Cathedral Village Business Association for 8 years, and have a son, daughter, and nephew currently attending École Connaught. History matters. This is why, when I made sure that when renovating my business, I kept its historical features intact. My shop, Groovy Mama, is located about 2 blocks east of École Connaught on 13th Avenue. I took a sad, neglected rental house and hired architect Len Pauls to design my renovation. Mr. Pauls was chosen because of his vast experience in renovating historic property, including the Saskatchewan Legislative Building. We enlarged the building, updated plumbing and energy efficiency, repaired the foundation, and made it wheelchair accessible, all while ensuring it kept the charm and features of a typical early 20th century building in Cathedral. I am just one resident of Regina, operating with a very limited budget, but I know how important it is to keep the historic elements of one of Regina's oldest areas intact. Cathedral has been applauded for its historic charm in publications such as Canadian Living Magazine, Chatelaine Magazine, Wish Magazine, Historic Walks of Regina and Moose Jaw, and the Saskatchewan Book of Musts. History brings people to Cathedral. It is one of the main reasons that Cathedral has become and continues to be one of Tourism Saskatchewan's most recommended places to shop and visit in Saskatchewan. I am extremely worried about the precedent that will be set when we begin to chip away at that history by removing one of our oldest public buildings. The building belongs to the people of Saskatchewan, and the history it tells belongs to all of us. Public funds from the schools are funneled from the province, but I am baffled by the lack of responsibility from our City Hall when a school closes. Schools hugely affect neighborhoods and livability in a city. During this time of fast growth and development, the City of Regina must start taking part in the school conversation. Regardless of what judgment is made in this particular case today, our entire city would benefit if the City of Regina Planning Department was a more active voice in what happens with all of our schools. The issue of a heritage school needing work and its 300-plus students being left with nowhere to go could have been avoided if more voices had questioned nearby Athabasca School's closure in 2011. Questions must also be asked why Wascana School children have been left in a school that has been leaking and molding for over 10 years, and that is what I've heard from teachers who have taught there, and only now is the money being spent on its repairs. Also, we must all work to make sure that our sustainable Regina of the future does not leave the majority of our elementary school children without walkable distances to school. The Regina Public School Board have declared that retaining history is not their mandate. Whose job is it to declare that our local history is important? Once erased, our historic buildings are gone forever. In a progressive city, all levels of government would work together to protect our heritage and healthy livability, or at least take the time to explore the possibilities. I will share one of my own personal stories of Connaught School. In the 1930s, my great-grandparents lived in a house that still stands on Cameron Street in Cathedral. Their 5 children attended Connaught, and to help get by during the Depression, the 2 youngest sons, Bennett and Cecil, would go door to door selling chickens raised in their backyard. They were regular young boys, hanging out at the tracks, getting into trouble, and apparently they spent much time in the Connaught principal's office. Both went on to serve in World War II, and Bennett was decorated after surviving the last battle at Okinawa. His experience in the war left him an outspoken pacifist for the rest of his life. He became a civil engineer and helped design the fledgling interstate highway system in Washington state, including the freeway system in Seattle.
You have 1 minute left.
He spent his retirement volunteering with disaster relief throughout the U.S., in the Philippines, and in Guam. His obituary in 2013 from Washington State states all of this and includes the fact that he proudly attended Connaught Grade School in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Although Bennett left Canada in the early 40s after completing high school, over the decades, trips back to Saskatchewan always included visits to see Connaught School. The physical building never stopped mattering to him. I cannot help but imagine how grand a building it must have seemed to a young boy in dirty 30s Saskatchewan. A school that is over a century old holds thousands of such stories and will inspire future generations to respect and explore our past. The City of Regina's vision to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity will only be possible if we make it so. We have to stop using the excuse, "It's not my responsibility."
Ms. Charlton, your time is up. I'm sorry. I apologize for that, but we're on
That's
time
okay.
limit. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser?
Great, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if you have anything else to add. Thanks.
Sure. 1 sentence left, and then I have something to say. I dream of living in a city where children learn about history, sustainability, and innovation because they are surrounded by it. Retaining, renovating, and improving our historic older schools would be a great start. I would just like to add as well, There is value in historic areas to economics. Our city spends a lot of money on Tourism Saskatchewan, which was once Rural Regional Opportunities Commission. I think it's changed, to get people to come to the city. I can tell you firsthand, people come to Cathedral just because of what Cathedral is. People are moving to the area. People come to spend money in the area. I get a lot of free advertising because my shop is in Regina's most beautiful area. Money can't buy that, but we can sure destroy it if we don't make careful choices. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll move to report 65, Catherine Gibson. You don't look like Catherine Gibson.
I'm here to represent Catherine, who went off to another meeting.
Okay.
Mayor Fougere, members of council, good evening. My name is Catherine Gibson, and she'd like to say that it's spelt with a C rather than a K. I speak from my experience of having grown up in Regina and having attended Victoria Public School, Strathcona Public School, and Regina Central Collegiate Institute, all of which have been the subject of demolition. I'm happy for the wisdom shown by the University of Regina to conserve Dark Hall and the Regina College buildings, in which I took my first year of university. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the awarding of heritage status to Connaught School. No parent or guardian would consent to have their child having a full leg amputation for an injured ankle without an X-ray to determine the full extent of the injury. Amputation without compelling indication would be completely inappropriate and irreversibly drastic. Treatment needs to fit the problem. There is a relationship between the City of Regina and the school boards. They share an election process and date. The city collects taxes for the school boards and has an obligation to ensure that the taxpayers' money is used responsibly. I should think the obligation is even greater when a heritage asset is involved. The deed may state Regina Public School Board, but I believe that is a convenience in place to having to list each and every public school taxpayer by name. Demolition followed by new construction creates more greenhouse gases than heritage renovation and restoration. Demolition puts a strain on the already burdened landfill. New techniques in restoration can bring a century-old building up to LEED standards, including even gold standard. The school board has repeatedly refused access to specialists with the necessary equipment to examine the structural condition. The purpose of bringing in conservationists would be to assess whether the problem or deficiencies are really insurmountable and if there are alternatives to complete demolition. The question is not what the building is, but rather what the building could be. The Cathedral District today is Regina's finest, if not the only example of a complete community. Page 6 of Design Regina Official Community Plan lists the first two community priorities as develop complete communities and embrace built heritage. Heritage buildings create pleasant neighborhoods that attract people and provide a sense of social sustainability. At the stakeholder appreciation event on June 9th, it was stated that the quality and quantity of the consultations with the various groups made this endeavor so successful. Please put those words into action by voting yes to heritage status for École Connaught School. As stated above, the cost to restore an existing building is less than the cost of demolition and rebuilding, both in dollars and to the environment. Although not massive, some funding would be available from federal and/or provincial heritage committees. And more importantly, there can be specialty insurance for heritage buildings. I asked City Council to take a moment to review the situation with regard to Connaught School. The closing date of June 2015 was suddenly brought forward to June 2014. The stated issue was an abrupt lack of insurance. The repairs and costs to keep the school operating until June 2015 were estimated to be $27,000 plus $15,000 for monitoring inspections and $25,000 for unforeseen or emergency repairs for a total of $67,000. These repairs would be part of the conservation work and not be wasted. The comparison of the fitness reports of Connaught and Wascana show Wascana to be in much
you have 1 minute.
worse condition and with structural defects that would make it even less insurable. Okay, I'll just jump. I asked City Council to assume the guardianship of École Connaught School for the purpose of ordering the school board to allow the access requested by parents and supporters of the school for the equivalent of an X-ray as soon as feasibly possible by the firm chosen by the parents and supporters. This will determine once and for all, and at no cost to the school board, the extent of the school's deterioration and if there are alternate remedies to the proposed demolition that would serve the community and the environment. I asked City Council to either vote yes to heritage status today or to table the vote until the results of the structural tests are available. I asked City Council to follow the lead of the provincial government, which has now, and in the past, been conserving our legislative buildings and the University of Regina.
Sorry, Ms. Maher, your time is up. I apologize, your time is up.
Embrace our built heritage.
Thank you very much for that. Next delegation is dash 1466, Susan Arndt. Sorry. Could you identify yourself and who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
My name is Dr. Suzanne Arndt, and thank you, Your Honor, and councillors for this opportunity. I am a resident of the Cathedral community. I sit on the SEC of École Connaught School and have done for many years, having had 2 children go through that school. Residents of the Cathedral area have chosen walkable neighborhood with mature landscapes, character homes, and historical architecture, which includes the schools. And Cathedral has been known as one of the best neighborhoods in Canada to visit and live. 1,560 people signed our petition to develop a sound, affordable renovation plan that would support the current École Connaught Community School building as a 21st century learning environment, while still respecting community values and preserving the heritage value of this nationally recognized historic school. Among the signatories were many who did not live in the Cathedral, but appreciated its history within the city of Regina and respected our shared history. Clearly, this is an issue that is more than just one neighborhood cares about. When Davin School was initially deemed structurally unstable and financially prohibitive to repair, the school board, Davin's SEC, and the parents sought more information and then worked cooperatively to come to a solution that was acceptable to all. Davin School is a shining example of how a great community teamwork can save heritage architecture. There has not been enough corroborative evidence to convince us that Connaught School cannot or should not be rehabilitated and retained as a heritage school. The provincial government is on record that they support the most economical solution for École Connaught School. They have never said that they would not support a renovation. And I think in my package was appended the letter from the manager of capital projects to the school board in regards to that. We had to obtain this through a Freedom of Information request. We deserve a second specialist opinion. A hypothesis is only valid if reproducible. This is a scientific principle. Heritage designation can help us by requiring more thorough research and consultation before moving to demolish a building. From my personal experience, I know how important this is. I have been a family physician in Regina for 28 years, and I have not had a malpractice suit brought against me in all that time. And I attribute this to my non-paternalistic method of practicing, the open communication, good listening skills, and employing sound scientific evidence. I am open to new information that may be presented to me, which could very well change my diagnosis. I am also aware of my limitations. I am a generalist. I am not a specialist. If someone presented with a headache, there would be many causes for this. I would need to do a thorough history and physical exam. After completing this, if I thought the headache was due to a brain tumor, I would not just give the diagnosis and send them home to put their affairs in order. I would want to be absolutely sure and would order further testing. If this initial testing confirmed my initial diagnosis, I would not say, you have a brain tumor and I can do nothing for you. Go home and put your affairs in order.
You have 1 minute left in the
Thank
presentation.
you. Just because I could not do something about the tumor does not mean that somebody else couldn't. I would send them to a specialist, a neurosurgeon who could, and even if this specialist would order more specialized testing to make sure before determining that it was a terminal illness. Terminal or not, the treatment would still be up for negotiation, and it would depend upon the needs and the wants of the patient's family, and the confidence in the surgeon. Even with confidence in the surgeon, it would be entirely appropriate to have another second specialist opinion, because there is no harm done with extra knowledge, just harm done without it. I therefore urge you to grant heritage designation, as it seems to be the only thing that will prompt the kind of research, testing, and consultation needed to plan the future of Connaught School, a highly valued Canadian heritage asset that our city is fortunate to have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions of the delegation?
Thanks to you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Just wondering if you have anything else to add.
Yes, I would like to also come back to that idea of the cost. And we do feel that a renovation would cost significantly less than a rebuild, also taking into consideration how the cost of the landfill issue. But in order to actually determine that, we need this second specialist opinion. Parents have met with the ministry officially on a couple of occasions and exchanged correspondence, and they have said they have no opinion in one way or the other. But if there was a heritage designation, they would look at a renovation proposal. If it came in, as long as it came in cheaper than a rebuild. But in order to do that, we need the opinion of a specialist heritage engineer to do that. An assessment by a heritage engineer was recommended in the original engineer's report by J.C. Kenyon, but the school board has refused to do this. As mentioned before, the community had requested to do it and would pay for that consultation, but again, the school board has refused us the ability to do that. The other thing about a second opinion is that it potentially might show us that we don't have to move our children out of that school to renovate. Renovations have been done on Davin School, on Campbell Collegiate, and on the legislative buildings while everybody was still in those buildings and carrying on their day-to-day activities. But we can't do this without those opinions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. The next delegation, D14-67, is Lynn Sheldon. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay. My name is Teresa Hone, and I am filling in for Lynn, who needed to go home and take care of her daughter. But just very quickly before I give her presentation, I am also a resident. I bought a home in Cathedral, so I'm not renting. And my 2 children do attend École Connaught. And here's Lynn's presentation. When choosing a school for my daughter, I had 3 criteria. First, it should be walkable. Second, it should be in a livable public community. And third, it should offer French immersion. I found those things in Connaught School. The fact that the school had an amazing history and was a century old was a bonus. We loved the eclectic mix of backgrounds offered in the community. We appreciated taking part in historical celebrations and walking hallways that families had walked for more than 100 years. We enjoyed the park-like school grounds with their old shady elms and beautiful landscaping. I had no complaints about the layout and function of the school, which served my daughter very well, as it had done for many generations. We felt part of a community. New is not always better. The key is in good teaching, adequate classroom supports, and strong community connections. If Connaught had any problems, they were more likely to be related to lack of support for the elemental components of education, rather than any issue with the architecture. Although the school board and its design consultants were quite convinced Connaught was too old-fashioned and obsolete to accommodate the latest education theory, our family was very satisfied with a 102-year-old school and would have liked to have seen its continuance. When the board voted to close Connaught this June rather than invest in it, my 9-year-old daughter stormed out of the boardroom. I told a trustee, "You've made her angry." And the response was, "She's a child." Yet who is Connaught School for, if not for the children? Whose community is being torn apart? Friends are now scattering around the city rather than accepting a hastily assembled and wholly inadequate relocation choice. With this decision, we have lost the accessibility that was important to us and potentially have lost access to French immersion depending on our future school choices. Moreover, the cathedral area has lost an anchoring landmark that helps define what the neighborhood is all about. This raises an important question. How is the City of Regina involved, and what role could heritage designation play in these decisions? Heritage designation first and foremost places a much-needed check on the culture of neglect and demolition of major public buildings, including schools. According to inspection reports, repairs needed for Connaught's continued, safe, uninterrupted operation date back many years, approximately 20, I believe, yet went unattended. The message to parents from the school board was, "We are just going to tear it down anyway, so why bother?" While community volunteers took great care of the school grounds, sagging front steps and a missing cornice presented a face of neglect to passers-by, although the essence of the building is still beautiful. Because of the impact on surrounding residents, the city has a duty to keep an eye out for property neglect, no matter the owner. Heritage designation is a tool to do so. It allows for inspections and requires consultation on decisions. It introduces the concepts of heritage valuation and embodied energy audits. Designation acknowledges that all levels of society and government are affected and involved. More importantly, heritage designation inspires a sense of pride and care. If Connaught is designated, this sense of pride and care might spill over to benefit other schools and communities. According to engineering and health and safety reports, Wascana School, where Connaught students are now to attend, is in similarly terrible shape and indeed was not to have operated past 2013. Problems identified in the reports included suspected wastewater leaking into the walls, cracking and heaving of slabs, and a failed structural support column with potential for future failure. These go far beyond the concerns at Connaught and likely mean Wascana School is also headed for the landfill soon. Such conditions effectively narrow community choices to just one, a never-ending cycle of demolition and construction that disrupts our children's education.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation.
Phrase neighborhood social ties harms the environment, forces us to live amid debris, noise, and traffic snarls, and erases our shared history and sense of community. Moose Jaw schools are good examples of maintaining their heritage schools. It is said that people who recognize Connaught's heritage value only care about bricks and mortar. As a parent, I can tell you that this is not true. Our concerns are connected to neighborhood sustainability, livable communities, environmental impact, and the social well-being of our children and future generations. In closing, heritage designation for Connaught would model a better way of conducting ourselves as a city. If we can designate one small but very important school, it will serve notice to owners of other public buildings that the time has come to do better as a society. I realize this is a very big step for the city to take and that it might be highly controversial in some quarters, but an active leadership is sorely needed at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you. You squeezed a lot in there in 5 minutes. It's good. Thank you very much for that.
I wanted to make that 5-minute mark.
You did. Right on. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Bryce?
Anything else you want to squeeze in there?
Yes, only because I'm speaking on behalf of Lynn, and I am a parent also. I sit on the school community council, so have been, privy and privileged in a way to have more knowledge than, let's say, the average parent attending the school as to sort of what has been going on or what hasn't been going on and what kind of information, is out there about the school. There's some people I still think that don't think that the school is going to be, like if it is closed, it's going to be torn down. My other, these aren't my words, so I wanted to give this presentation on behalf of Lynn, but if I was to say anything else too, it would be that, when we look at our history as a shared history, and I'm speaking now as a First Nations woman, and my children represent about 25 to 30% of the school population at this community school. It is one of, I believe, 10 community schools in the city, and it was one of the first community schools, and they also had one of the first community school coordinators. This is important in terms of keeping our community together. We're afraid that as parents and concerned citizens of our neighborhood that if we are moved to Wascana, our population will scatter and our numbers will drop, and there is a distinct possibility that we may not get a school. That is what our feeling is, because this has happened in the past, i.e. at the Basque School community and their situation. I don't know if anybody's talked about this. Again, I bring it up because I am First Nations. In terms, and you can go and look at the research, and it's all there, in terms of some of Aboriginal students, meaning First Nations and Métis children, they can be at risk, and one of the issues about schools and busing is if the children miss the bus, they're not going to get to school, and that's going to be a fact, because that family may not have a car to drive their child to Wascana, or there's other siblings at home, and that child is not going to get there. And this isn't something I'm just making up or whatever. That's going to happen. So if we're looking at children first, if we're looking at retention, if we're looking at strategies of making sure that our First Nations and our Métis children graduate to grade 12, we need to have these kind of mechanisms, and one of them is a community, and one of them is a community school that we can walk to.
Thank you for that. In listening to what Mr. Brennan said, about heritage designation, there's no guarantee that if this council tonight, whatever they choose, but even if they did choose to do the heritage designation, there's no guarantee that this would remain a school. From what Mr. Brennan said, the school board could still reuse it for something else. How do you feel about that? Then you would obviously be going to a different school anyways.
Well, my answer to that is sure, but where are you going to put our neighborhood school? Because if you're going to refurbish it for something else, fine, but where's our school going? Because that's my biggest issue. A school anchors your community. We are 102 years. We have the second oldest neighborhood in the city. The first is North Central, as far as I know, and we're second. We need a school in our neighborhood. Davin is bursting at the seams. Unless my kids are baptized Catholic, they're not getting into the other French immersion school, which is St. Pius, which is in the Lakeview area. We have very few options, and we weren't giving very many options. It's like our children were just thought of as secondhand. Oh, well, we'll figure something out. And what about those poor kids at Wascana School that have been going through renovation during the school year and also have been living in a dilapidating building for a number of years awaiting their new school, putting up with mold, putting up with a leaking roof and everything else.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring that up because it was brought up. Thank you very much for...
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Move on to our next delegation, D14-70, Joanne Havelock. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
My name is Joanne Havelock. I'm a resident of the Cathedral area, and my children attended Connaught School. During that time, I was active on the parent council, and I was one of the leaders of the revitalization of the playground there, the second phase of which was done by another set of parents. Firstly, I'm benefiting from the people that went before who have said many good things about why Connaught School should be designated, and I would just like to express my support for the proposal to designate this school as a heritage property, as a building with unique features that is part of a heritage landscape in the cathedral area and is still functioning in its original purpose. It well deserves heritage designation. Furthermore, people in the community and from elsewhere in the city support this designation and are willing to put in the extra work and contribute to the effort needed to maintain this building, as seen by their fundraising already. Now, I have some further related comments, which I'll maybe shorten up because being the last speaker in this series. I know that the Regina Public School Board has known about the problems with the building, and particularly the basement, for 20 years. They've done only minimal maintenance, and in fact, according to the historical buildings expert, often has caused more harm than good. My question is, what is the standard for building maintenance in the city and province? Because this raises concerns not only for Connaught School, but for other historic buildings in the city, such as the Travelers Building. The point has been made about the need for further assessment, and I would like to say that we have parent councils and we have community schools, and these parent councils are able to do the work of fundraising for the playground, for example. But on the other hand, it seems that when they try and contribute to a decision such as the heritage status and looking at the structure of the building, this is not seem to be permitted. And I think in this city we're trying to establish support for community involvement in decision making, and I think the way this is operated goes against the kind of atmosphere we're trying to foster in the city of Regina. The potential situation of students being bused from Wascana School to go elsewhere and Connaught students being bused to Wascana School, I don't think fits with the ideas of Design Regina. And also along this line, the closure of Haltane and Athabasca School, I think, goes against the Design Regina vision of walkable neighborhoods that are sustainable. At the time of the closure of Haltane School, the school board members were unaware of Design Regina, although the Design Regina process has been ongoing since 2009. I drew this situation to the attention of Design Regina staff, a city councillor, and a school board member about a year ago. I would like to ask the mayor and councillors and the city administration if anyone has met with school board administration or school board members about the principles of Design Regina. Has information about Design Regina been officially passed on to the school board administration? And has the school board administration forwarded this information to school board members? I can't understand why in these days of intersectoral collaboration and partnerships on all fronts, including public-private partnerships, do the school board and the city retain a hands-off attitude to decisions that clearly affect each other's jurisdictions. And one of my suggestions is a public meeting with chairs of the school boards, Catholic and public, and the alternate schools, and the mayor talking about these overlapping issues.
You have 1 minute remaining in your presentation.
Okay. Perhaps the title could be Design Regina, Its Implications for Education in Regina. I think that the way the school board has operated with a lack of consideration for community wishes, the fact that the Design Regina plan, which was developed with the input of citizens of the community, and then the subsequent lack of coordination is really undemocratic process. And I think speaking to a lot of students really feel that this hasn't operated properly. We're trying to encourage students and young people to vote, and I really think that we should raise the bar and try and do a better job of our decision-making processes. My last point is that I personally spend a lot of time and energy on the playground, which will be destroyed if this construction goes ahead. The city grants funded
Ms.
that.
Hadlock, your time is up. I apologize. I'm sure someone will ask you too if you have anything else to add, but I have to stop you there.
Oh, okay, and we should just consider that.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Do you have anything else to add? Thanks.
Just about the city grant program, that it funds parents to parents do a lot of work, and the city grant program provides funding for the playgrounds for the land which is owned by the city of Regina, which I understand, but what compensation is there, what regard is there for the work of the parents and the city money that has gone into creating these playgrounds. And the further point, of course, is the sustainability of the buildings and so forth. Putting buildings in landfill is not a really good environmental practice.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. No other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Our last delegation tonight is Catherine Gagne, delegation 14-68. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes as well for a presentation, and there may be questions after.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Catherine Gagne, and I'm the chairperson of the Regina Public School Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the issue of heritage designation for Connaught School. First and foremost, I do not dispute the importance of a school in the cathedral area. In fact, I'm here to advocate for such. As owners of the property, we felt it important to once again reiterate the Board of Trustees for the Regina Public School Division does not support heritage designation for the property. As democratically elected officials, trustees weigh every decision we make. We are thorough in our due diligence, and we are accountable for the decisions that we make. We have heard from almost all of the presenters you heard from tonight, and the special interest group who has advanced this request for heritage designation. And just because their point of view did not prevail does not mean that they weren't heard or considered. We serve over 20,000 students, and we're responsible for ensuring viable, quality education, not just in 2014, but for the decades to come. This fall, Ecole Connaught Community School will be relocated. The board made this difficult decision based on the following considerations. Most importantly, student and staff safety. Engineering reports indicate the school is not safe for continued use beyond the end of June without renovation, and that even with recommended renovation, the school could not continue in operation beyond a year. We refuse to put the safety of any child, staff member, or the member of the public at risk. Additionally, school divisions are required pursuant to the Education Act 1995 to ensure that all school buildings are insured. The board has been advised that this insurer will not continue to insure the Connaught School building after the end of this current year. The Board of Education has received ministerial approval to build a new school to replace the existing one. There is government funding that is specifically tied to that course of action. Every delay in the construction of a new school will result in more time that the current and future students will have to be bused out of the neighborhood. We have heard from the community in regards to the importance of incorporating some of the design of the present building into the new construction. This is consistent with past practice. We hope to achieve the same results with the new Connaught School, and we are in the process of assembling an inventory of items that will be preserved. As a Board of Trustees, our concern with the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee's recommendation to Council is that they are an advisory committee and their decisions are not binding. Their concern is buildings and not education. And ultimately, this is a very important educational decision. The committee disregarded existing protocols regarding owner consent. Community heritage is not necessarily in a building. Heritage is about people. We may use buildings as touchstones, but our children and their futures are what is important. In closing, as democratically elected Board of Trustees and as owners of the property in question, we seek to build a new school on the existing school site. Although alternate sites were explored, the existing site is the only available and suitable site in the neighborhood. The school board will not place students or staff in that building again. So the decision is a school in the neighborhood or an empty building that cannot be insured. To delay this process by arguing about heritage designation and historical value would do a huge disservice to the students, the community, and our city. For the reasons outlined, we urge you to decline the request to designate Ecole Connaught Community School as a heritage property. Thank you for your consideration and your time. I would welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, just under 5 minutes. Very good. Other questions from members of the council? Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you to your elected colleagues for caring about the education of our children. I have two questions. The first is, what is the status of funding for a new school? Where are you at in your discussions with the provincial government seeking funding for a replacement for Connaught?
We have received the assurance from the provincial government that they have funding for a rebuild. The funding has been forthcoming for the design of the building. This is the exact same place that we have been at with any of our previous rebuilds. There is not one red flag that is before us saying that all of the money will not be forthcoming.
So is it fair to say that you're confident that the money will be forthcoming for a rebuild?
Absolutely. If we look at where we have been with Douglas Park, Arcola, we're at the exact same place with the exact same commitment. The government is committed to a rebuild of Connaught Community School.
The second question, thank you. The second question is this. Many of the delegations have suggested the need for a second opinion and have pointed out that heritage consultants weren't allowed to go through the school. Can you comment on that and explain your reasoning on that?
Well, just prior to Christmas of this year, a wall collapsed at Connaught School. This allowed for our engineers to go into the school, and the request was for 6 hours of testing to go in. The school board at that time felt that we had enough information. We had questioned our engineer time and time again. We were assured that this is the state of Connaught School. When the wall collapsed at Christmas time, we had to move students out of that area. Our engineers went in and were able to do very intensive testing of the building, take core samples, and even more came back more strongly saying there's an urgency to get the students out.
As a follow-up to that, because this was sort of alluded to in an earlier delegation, do you have any reason at all to doubt the professional objectivity of the consultants which you've employed?
Absolutely not.
Your Worship, if I might be allowed one other question. You've mentioned that it's been your practice in other schools to include parts of older schools. Can you maybe say something about the kinds of parts that you might consider with respect to a new school? And further to that, might a new school also be called Connaught?
Right. We would look to call the new school Connaught. That there has been no discussions that would differ from that. We have already sent in architects to Connaught School, and they have compiled a preliminary list of things like the First Nations gathering place, the centennial plaque, the original 1912 date stone and Connaught School stone, the limestone pilaster bases and capitals, the window sills, the statues, the hand railings, and almost any architectural feature that can be pulled out and incorporated into the new design. The precast concrete rainwater leaders around the gym. They've done a lot of work to how are we going to incorporate this into a new design.
Thank you very much for taking time.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? Councillor O'Donnell, then Councillor Fraser.
Thanks. There's been some debate about the word ownership in law. Could you explain to me who owns the building?
Well, we are a democratically elected board of trustees entrusted with the safety and the staff of our students and our staff. We are the owners of that building as representatives of the
Order.
electorate.
So is there an actual title, to your knowledge, that exists that?
That I do not have knowledge on that. When I look to ownership, I look to the ultimate liability.
Yes.
And in the case of the fiduciary responsibility that is upon the board would give every indication of complete ownership and being held liable for our decisions.
Thanks. Can you tell me how long this debate about the school has gone on for?
We have heard from the Save Our Connaught Committee for the last couple of years. There has been, I can't say definitively, but at least 3 years.
3, thank you. And there was also some comments made about Wascana School. I want to give you an opportunity to comment about that, please.
Wascana School, we are undergoing some renovations to Wascana School. This is not an ideal situation. We have an emergency to pull students out of one school, and we have to place them somewhere. So we have undergone renovations to Wascana School to make sure that it is secure and fine for the students to move in there. The engineers have been in. They assure us that the school is good for at least 4 years. We're putting a new roof on that school. Any assertions about the air quality, we have sent air quality professionals in there a number of times in the last few months, and the air quality has tested fine on each occasion.
Thanks. I'll finish with one question in terms of future design, if that's the way it goes. The future design that you have for this school or any other one that you may build, is that done in consultation with, and I'll let you finish.
Each one of our schools that we have designed so far are in consultation with the public, and it would be something that we would explore as we move forward on this as well.
Meaning the approval of the Department of Education or the Ministry of Education as well?
Yes.
Do they set standards as to what the building must be?
There's a lot of latitude towards the school board on that. Okay. There's funding concerns, but we consult with the Ministry of Education, with the community, all of our stakeholder groups.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. A couple of questions here. First to say, I appreciate your confidence about a new school being built. Do you have a sense of timeline? Is there a firm timeline idea in place of when a new school would be expected?
We are hoping that we would be able to have a new school in there for 2017.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, if you'll just indulge me for a second, I know I'm supposed to keep my preamble short.
No diatribes, just directly to the question.
Okay, I'll try to keep it on task here. We've seen a couple signs of economic slowdown here. Housing starts are slower, maybe less people at Ryder preseason game here. Supposing that next year's provincial budget is a hard one and some hard decisions need to be made, is it conceivable that we might see a new school pushed back after this building was knocked down?
I can't speak to the probability. I can speak to the priority. Connaught School has remained at the highest priority for rebuild on the government's capital projects.
Okay, so would you say you're 100% confident, 99% confident that there'll be money in next year's provincial budget for rebuild?
There is nothing that indicates that money will not be forthcoming. We have been given no indication. We're at the exact same place that we have been on our past 2 rebuilds, and they stand before you with students in them.
Okay, thanks for that. One other question here. The school board has there's 3 schools on the designated already. I guess that's Thompson School, Davin School, and Belfour Collegiate. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Sorry, that already are designated as municipal heritage, already have municipal heritage status.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, so my question otherwise would have been if there's any special consideration being given to those that are already on the list, but I'll refrain from that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Can you tell me the consideration, through you, Mr. Mayor, that was given whether you should refurbish this current building versus building new?
We had a report come back to us that indicated that the cost of rebuild would be significantly higher than that of a renovation. That was the initial report back to us. Since the engineer has got in and looked even deeper at the structural condition of Connaught, that cost would be expected to exceed what was originally quoted, and in fact has been deemed very unlikely given the condition of Connaught, that a renovation could even be considered.
So what are the implications if this building is deemed heritage tonight? What are the implications for this building?
We will not put students back in the existing Connaught school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I just had a couple of questions here. First one is, we talked about locations for a potential school. Obviously, if this were to happen and heritage was granted, we still need a school.
Right.
So what options are there? Is there anything where a school could be built?
If we want a school in the cathedral area, which the school board very much wants, this is the only existing site. We explored with your administration the possibility of the Bulkwell Center, that area over there, because of floodplain, et cetera. There's many considerations that deemed it not appropriate. Our board voted at our last board meeting saying this is the location that we need to rebuild.
Okay. I'm assuming, obviously, we explored all the different options to try to find funding to be able to renovate. Is there any federal funding available? I did do some research to look, but the only federal funding I could find would be to rehabilitate an existing building like that for a halfway house or for ex-offenders. And I don't know the community is wanting to go that. I don't know, but was there anything explored that way?
Funding for education comes from the province, and that would be the only funding forthcoming for a school build or renovation.
I guess therein lies the challenge. That I appreciate the due diligence. Can you give me an idea how much time have you invested, and the rest of the elected board invested into coming to this conclusion? Obviously, this wasn't a flippant, off-the-cuff decision.
Our Board of Trustees, I believe it's safe to say, has spent more time on this issue alone and exploring every option possible for Connaught than any other issue that we have dealt with in the past 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that. How do the students of Wascana feel about their brand new facility? And I know this because I was there speaking to them, and I know how excited, but tell me.
You saw some smiles on some children's faces. To be able to move into a new school is a very exciting thing for both staff and students of Wascana School. We are excited about what's going to happen at Seven Stones Community School. It will invigorate that community, and it really puts a stamp of worth on the students of the Wascana School. So.
Well, Your Worship, I'll just end with a quick thank you, and thank you very much for your commitment to our students, to our children. I know that the students of the Arcola area, which I also represent, are thrilled with their new school, as I know the Seven Stones children will be as well. So thank you for your commitment to our children.
That
Thanks,
was a
Your
free
Worship.
commercial there. Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Flegel.
Thank you, and thanks for coming forward. If you say that you're not going to relocate back into the school as is, besides the spending of $25 million, was there a short fix for the next 5-10 years that could be looked at, or did you look at?
No, rehabilitation of the school is a rebuild of the school. The engineer's report did say that if we did some repairs, that he would sign off on it for 1 more year. Insurance will not stand by that.
They will not. So when you vacate this premise in the end of June here and not go back, what are you guys, as the school board, going to do with that building?
The building will be demolished, and new build will begin on that site.
Okay. If this council deems it heritage, what are you going to do with this building?
I have not gone down that path fully. We just know with certainty that we will not be putting students or staff back in that as a functional school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kanye, for the presentation. Just one quick question on clarification. You made a statement that the governmental funding is sort of specifically tied to a rebuild only, that there's really no recourse for refurbishing. In your discussions with the province, was that kind of their direction to you, or was that based on your recommendation to them? How does that process between the two work? Because I know we've heard a lot lately about P3s and some challenges of trying to figure out how a P3 model works, and I'm just curious if there was any flexibility for the school board in this decision.
This Connaught School will not be part of the school bundle of the other new schools that we have being built in the city. Some of the presentations that went before me talked about the province saying that they would not fund a renovation if the cost exceeded. Every indication that we have is the cost would significantly exceed the cost of a rebuild, and therefore the province has been very direct in that they would not fund a rebuild under those conditions.
Is there a kind of a timeline on this funding? Like, I'm thinking, like, if one decided to go back to the drawing boards and come back in 2 years with a proposal, this funding would be pretty much gone off the table?
I don't know that there's a timeline attached to the funding, other than I know that the government, at the request of the school board, has deemed this a priority for a rebuild. So I haven't operated in the what-ifs yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions? I have one, to be clear, and I want to just paint a quick scenario here. If heritage designation is given tonight, does this mean that the school will not be demolished for some time? Would that also mean that it would be a longer period of time where the children will go to other schools, and that the cost of a new building would rise between now and the time that we went through the process? Is that a fair comment to
I
make?
think that's a fair assumption, that the cost will increase. If heritage designation was granted tonight, I am not sure what all that means, other than there will be a bit of a hold, there will be a delay, students will be bussed out much longer out of that community. It does not change the course of action for Regina Public Schools and our intention for that building.
So it would delay getting a new school?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If there's no other comments, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering our questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to the next report. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Your microphone should be turned on.
Oh, it's not written in Polish. I rise to bring report CR 14-74, a little humor. This report is in front of us here from Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee at its meeting held in June 9th, considering the following report by the administration. Recommendation is that the application for designation École Connaught School, located at 2124 Elphinstone Street, including land's legal description as Lot O, Block 394, and Plan O 33, as municipal heritage property, be denied. So we are here tonight, Your Worship. Recommendation then from the Municipal Heritage Committee of June 9 stands that the application to designate École Connaught School, located at 2124 Elphinstone Street, including lands, legal description of Lot O, Block 394, and Plan O 33, as municipal heritage property, be approved.
Are you moving concurrence or receive and file on this report?
Yes,
What's your motion? You're moving concurrence?
Concurrence.
Concurrence. Any seconder for that? Seconder, concurrence of the motion from the Heritage Advisory Committee.
I'll second the concurrence that's there, so we can get it on the table and discuss it.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel, or Councillor Findura. If you're going to speak now or at the end, you can return. You can close debate if you'd like.
I'll close debate.
Okay. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Fraser.
Great. Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, first off, I'd like to say thanks for everyone who's stuck this out. It's been a long night, and this certainly shows your interest in your community, so thanks for that. Thanks also for council. We have to be here, I guess, but we're moving right along. Thanks for keeping the pace up. I'm the councillor for the ward where this school is, and I'll just like to say I can't think of a tougher issue, actually, an issue that's sort of more close to people's hearts than the loss of a school. You know, lots of things come before this council, but surely this is one that's somehow the most personal of any issue. I've heard from a lot of people in the last couple of weeks, so many people that are concerned about the heritage aspect of this building, people that have a personal connection to that building. And we heard even here tonight people whose grandparents went there and parents of themselves, and certainly a lot of people who value the heritage aspect of Connaught School. I've also heard from several people, concerned people from the neighborhood that have said, listen, Sean, please don't vote for this, actually. We have kids in school, or we someday will have kids in school, and we're worried, as was mentioned by our last presenter, that you know, the heritage process might somehow get in the way of a school. You know, they say, you know, we really, really want a school at any cost. I guess the challenge for me as a councillor is that I feel that the folks that are really involved in this as a heritage issue, they're not necessarily anti-school people. You know, it's not that they're so against there being a new school. It's that they want there to be the heritage building there. And on the flip side, the people that are for there being a school, you know, the process that the school board has in motion right now, they want to support that. It's not that they're anti-heritage building, it's that they're pro-school, right? As a matter of fact, I would argue that most people in Regina are actually pro-heritage. You know, I think that everyone has some special buildings to them. There might be an odd person that says, oh, knock it down, but for the most part, people are proud of Regina's heritage, I think, to the extent that we have it. So I actually plan to support the committee's recommendation tonight. I also, it's not fair to me to presuppose other people's votes, but I think it's not going to pass. So for the last couple of days, I've been thinking, what motion might I bring forward that might actually have a chance to make it forward here from tonight. So with that in mind, I have two motions to bring forward. I was hoping to do it as one motion, but part of it is a referral motion, and of course, if it's a referral, we can't debate it. So I would like to bring forward two motions, the second of which, just to be clear, would be a referral motion, should the first one be seconded, be discussed, and passed. So we might have two, we might have one, or we might have
So you have an amendment to the report, which is concurrence
yes.
in the designation of the heritage property.
If I may, Mr. Clerk, I have a document to be passed out here. What I'm passing around is, it's 3 pages. It's, better make sure I have a copy here. Here we go. It's actually the Heritage Property Act. So this is a provincial act that governs heritage property for municipalities across the province, okay? The first 2 pages are just the introductory page and the table of contents, but the third page, if everyone can flip there when you have a copy. Great. So page 3, if you look at section 34, it's titled The Power of Inspection. And it reads, subject to subsection 2, for the purpose of enforcing this part, at any reasonable time with reasonable notification and on producing proper identification, any person with a written authorization from the council may enter and inspect a designated property or property proposed to be designated. That's sort of the heart of it. There's some other pieces that say, you know, about being allowed entry and what the procedure would be if we weren't allowed entry, that sort of thing. But what it speaks specifically to is council's ability to order an inspection of a heritage building. So the motion I'd like to put forward, and I'll read this out. Sorry, this is new to folks here, so I'll try to do it slowly so you can follow along here. Be it resolved that Regina City Council authorize a building conservation inspection of Connaught School as authorized in Section 34 of this paper here, the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Act. Be it further resolved that the inspection be conducted by August 22nd, 2014. So that's 2 months from now. That would be, that's the timeline indicated on the municipal holding bylaw, so I thought that would be appropriate. So in the next 2 months that an inspection be done. And also that, be it further resolved that the inspection include a thorough costing of rehabilitation. So I would like to speak to that motion, but I think I would need
a seconder
first
before we go forward. So I need a seconder for the motion.
If people, I'm not expecting you to second it and vote for it, but I would like to offer people a chance to speak to it if someone's willing to second it.
We'll just test that and see if there's someone willing to second it. There appears to be none. Thank you. Are you finished your speaking? Okay. Okay. Okay, next order of speakers here. Councillor Bryce, I believe. You want to speak? Oh, sorry. Councillor Hawkins, you're next.
Thank you. I'd like to make a few points. But the first point is, I'd like to make a point about democracy and the school board. What we have here is a school board elected by the community to do a specific job for the community.
Order in the gallery, please. Part of democracy is allowing people who have different positions to speak their mind.
That's right. That's why
Order. Order. Councillor Hawkins.
Let him speak then. What we have here is a school board elected by the community to do a job for the community. And that job is to determine, in connection with the Ministry of Education, where schools are to be built, when schools are to be closed, when schools are to be renovated, how schools are to be equipped to best deliver education. The school board has an expertise in that, and where they don't have an expertise, they can call on an expert administration, just as we at this council, in doing our job, can call on an expert administration, and they can call on outside expertise. They have done all those things. It's not our place to second guess them. It's not our place to act as some kind of a court of appeal when they are doing the very job that the citizens of this community ask them to do. The board represents the community. I respect that, and for that reason, I don't think this council should interfere. I want to make a couple of other points. There's a limited number of choices here. One thing we can be certain of is that the community wants a school in its community. If this school has a heritage designation placed on it, there is a significant chance that there won't be a school on that property at all, and it doesn't look like there's another appropriate property in the community. I believe the community wants to keep a community school. My next point, there's a limited number of resources here. Nobody has told us if this building was to be designated as a heritage building, where the money, the additional funds are going to come from to renovate this school, and those funds would be substantially more than building a new school. We have to have some sensitivity to resources, and we have to remember that if we take additional resources to make a heritage school out of this and possibly substantially additional resources, there will be less money for other education, less money for other schools in our province. Two other points. I asked about what pieces of the old school would be kept, and I got an impressive list from the chair of the Public School Board about what the possibilities were, including the possibility of keeping the name. Heritage is preserved in many ways, and this appears to be a very viable way of preserving heritage. And finally this, what community is not excited about building a new school for its children? What community is not interested in having the best facilities where the best education can be offered? Having a school that's purpose-built for the kind of education that a 21st century young student needs. That's what
Order,
this will
please.
be.
Order.
That's
Councillor Hawkins, order, please. Just I would ask people to please refrain from comments from the gallery, please. Thank you.
That's what this will be, and I believe it'll be more. I believe it will be a school which will continue the traditions of Connaught, but which will build on those traditions, and in 10 and 20 and 30 years, the teachers that work in that school so ably will be proud, and I believe the students will have the very same kind of attachment to that school that students of past generations have to the current Connaught School. For all of those reasons, I think it would be a mistake for this council to designate this school as a heritage school, and I support the administration's recommendation that we not do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, in reflection, I was thinking about Councillor Fraser made a pretty impassioned plea to try to find a way to assist. The reality is, and I know where you're coming from, I get it. You've got a lot of people who are asking you, help save our school. The reality is that for us to go through and do another inspection that's going to mimic the same inspection that's already there, that we've already got, that's proven, who's going to pay for that? Should we as citizens of Regina be paying for that? And so I get it. I understand that. The reality is that I'm going to ask the question, how many of the people in the audience today knew that that basement wall was going to collapse and fall in? So of those people who knew that, why do we still allow children to be in a building that has walls that collapsed? If that wall had collapsed, Your Worship, on top of a child, injured that child, or worse yet, killed the child, I would suggest we'd have a great group of people in this community that would be...
Excuse me, there really can be no interaction from the gallery once you've made a submission and you appeared as a delegate. I'm sorry, we can't. I'm sorry. Order, please. Order. You've all had your chance to speak. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. If a child had been killed in that school, I think we'd have a huge uproar in the community. People would be quite upset and would be asking for that school to be replaced ASAP. This is not about a building. This is about memories that people had. Your Worship, I had an old car, my first car. A lot of great memories in that old car. But when you could see through the floor because the floorboards were rotted out, it's time to replace it. It's done. It's not safe. I wouldn't want my children in that old car. I had great memories, but I wouldn't want to put them in there. And the cost to rebuild that old car, just not worth it. So, Your Worship, I believe that we should follow in what the school board has led. Because frankly, I would never ask and never want the school board to come and tell me what I should do. Which road should get paved, whether or not we should rebuild a pool, or build another road, or pave another road, or do some recycling. I don't want the school board elected officials to come and tell me what to do. That's not their place. So, Your Worship, I am not in support of heritage on this particular building.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'd like to begin also tonight by thanking everybody who came and made presentations. It's not an easy thing to do, and I'm so happy to see such an engaged community. I was very lucky last summer. I had the opportunity to go to Rome. It was a trip of a lifetime. If the Roman government of the day decided to tear down buildings, I probably wouldn't have gone to Rome. I would be visiting a very different city, or not at all. While at St. Peter's Square, outside the Vatican, I looked around and I was in awe of it. That square was not built for what it's being used for today, though. It was built as a chariot racetrack. So now it's changed in what it does. So I am in favor of keeping this building. I don't know what's going to happen to the building, though, and that's what scares me a little bit. I don't want to be in favor of something and then they could sell it and it could be something else, and then there's no school in the community. So that kind of scares me. But I am in favor of keeping this building. So I will be voting for this.
Okay. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell?
Your Worship, if I could, I'm just going to correct a comment that was made early on. Within the Education Act, there is a requirement that there is a stipulation that says parent in absentia. That is, that it is the direct responsibility of the principal of the school, and by extension the professional staff, that they are in charge, in fact, with the health and safety of the child, and all those people are, in fact, employees of the school board. So therefore, I just want to make sure that is clear. It is their duty and their responsibility. Each and every time that I read the paper, listen to the national news, or hear some report coming out of the province, I'm always concerned about how much more downloading is occurring to another order of government, and it happens repeatedly. The reason I did not support the motion that was here is that I want no suggestion at all that a municipal government will in fact override or take responsibility for what a school board is responsible for. One of the things that was very clear here is that there is a disconnect between this community and the school board, and that is not up to us, in my view, to solve. I think that what I heard clearly is that there will be a school in the neighborhood. That solves part of that notion of what we wanted for a complete neighborhood. I will not get engaged in this process. I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councilor O'Donnell, could you take the chair, please? You're acting deputy mayor.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Over the last, I guess, a couple of weeks, we've been receiving a lot of emails, which began the discussion of people's views on the school. And very eloquent, very sincere, very emotional. Lots of facts involved, of course, but perspectives on what should happen to the school. And tonight, for the past, I guess, 2 hours, we've been listening to some really insightful, very emotional discussion about our community, and that is fantastic. That is why city affairs, local government issues are so important, and they trump provincial or federal, because this is where things happen. This is where people are heard. This is where they have a chance to say unbridled what they feel and how they feel and what they want us to do. So I'm very proud of this order of government that can do this and have this kind of give and go back and forth in discussion. So we're very clear how the delegations feel. So that part I'm very proud of. I have no doubt about the veracity, the belief of everyone in this room who is a delegation to say what they feel. And I'm proud they could do that. I have difficulty, though, with blending orders of government together, what can and can't do. Now, Councillor Fraser talked about a review or another study, an engineering study to be done. I have one here that's been done by the Public School Board. It's not for this council, in my view, to say this is not valid. That somehow, because it isn't what someone wants, we do another one until we get the right one. It's not a responsibility. I respect the order of government that's related to providing education services to its citizens, and that's the school board. My personal view on heritage property is not germane here. The City of Regina can stick its finger in the process and make it complicated so that a school will not be built for a longer period of time, not serving the citizens in the area, in the neighborhood, that really wants the school. This is not an easy answer. Not at all. But asking the City of Regina to designate this as a heritage site when the owner insists that it not be, he wants to proceed with the new building to provide better education for those in the very community in the cathedral area who want a school, to my mind, really answers the question. I will not support the designation of a heritage site to Connaught School because it undermines the autonomy of the school board as a duly elected official. Many of the concerns raised here are legitimate concerns, but they're legitimate to go back to the school board trustees and say, we don't think this is right. As Councillor Hawkins mentions, we are not a court of appeal. There is no court of appeal from the school board in that decision. Same as with City Council, there is no court of appeal, generally speaking, on decisions that we make. I would, if the rules were different, if the responsibilities were different, we'd have a different outcome here. I cannot support the designation because it's outside our jurisdiction. It will actually make things worse for residents in the area. The school will not be built for 1 or 2 years. The cost goes up. Provincial funding may be at risk. Then there's nothing. The school board has said, duly elected, that they will not, they want this as a designated school site. They're not going to refurbish it. They're going to build new. That is actually a good thing. This report I've read, and I'm not an engineer, says the school, as much it is rich in history and experiences from everyone, is falling apart. It's unsafe. And if there's one thing we can agree on, maybe there's two things. One of them is the safety of our children. That's the most important issue for us. The safety of teachers and parents that come into school are also very important. If you focus on that issue, safety of the children, education, it answers the question for us. I will not support the motion before us. Thank you. Any of the speakers on the motion? Councilor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the delegation. And I guess from my perspective, that is a very difficult choice here, that I don't live in a heritage neighborhood, and my history in the school system in Regina has been nothing but brand-new schools everywhere I went. I'm a baby boomer that moved here in grade 3 and started at McVitie School. Pretty soon we overexpanded and had to move a group of us to Massey School, a brand-new school. That only lasted for a year because that overgrew, and they sent us back to McVitie for grade 5. Grade 6, they sent me to another new school called McNiven School. And then I got attending Campbell Collegiate, which was another brand new school. And when I graduated, I went to the University of Regina, which was just a very brand new campus. So I guess it becomes challenging for me on the kind of emotional side, on the heritage side. So when I listen to the arguments of my colleagues around the table, I guess it's factors of certainly, the education of our children is certainly front and center. And so knowing that there's going to be a good school, a new school, I can't really argue that point because I have great memories from all the new schools I went to, and I think it moves forward. But I think some of the arguments that certainly are resonating for my decisions here tonight are ones like sort of the role of the school board vis-a-vis the role of city council, the financial implications that have been raised, and the concerns. And I think because of that, I have to respect my colleagues on the school board, thinking that they've done their due diligence. They're elected officials. They, I think, have the same responsibility as we do here around the board. And as such, I think I'll be in a position where I won't be able to support the designation. But I just want to share my feelings and kind of perspective of where I come. It's not that I'm trying to choose or say anything negative about heritage preservation vis-a-vis the importance of the children, but I just thought I would like to share my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other speakers to the motion? Councilor Verdura to close debate.
Thank you, Worship. It's very difficult, but first I'd like to say thank you to the Heritage Advisory Committee for bringing the report forward. I do appreciate the heritage buildings. The jurisdiction that I come from, a lot of the buildings are 2,000 years old. And I see the passion of the presenters and everyone that was here and over the several years, the school boards, of what the school means and what it means for the neighborhood. I know they're passionate, please, but the one little thing that sticks here is I'm looking at, just to give you a little thing, I did go through the school. I walked through Connaught. I did. I wanted to see, I wanted to feel, what am I seeing? I did talk to some heritage individuals that did maybe say that, we didn't really look after the school from very beginning the proper way to, to make it so it can last for another 100 years. So I did some research and did some discussion with individual that is fairly highly recognized in the province, in the country, restoring heritage buildings. And he did mention to me the lack of attention to what's happening to it now, that the school's being eaten away from the inside out. So I do understand the passion, and I do understand what's happening, and I do love heritage, and I always do talk about our old city hall and all the other things. But one thing comes to mind is when I look at things is this school just going to sit there, boarded up for the next 2-3 years? Nothing's going to happen to it. Then someone comes by, buys it, puts so much of condominiums on it, 300,000, and there we go. Where's the school? So I have that. And looking at school boards selling some other properties where all of a sudden condominiums end up on it, I have a little reservation on designating. What does the designation mean? Do we understand what designation is? So my worry as we're moving forward is that's just going to sit around and it's going to be an eyesore in Cathedral. I don't think I can stand for that. And then again, with the way the school is, it was going to take a lot of renovations to get the school back up to its normal standards. wheelchair accessibility, lifts and all that, accessible for a lot of stairs. When we built things in the previous years, we've built stairs. We had legs. We don't think about what about when we get older or things happen. We need access to school. So as much as I would love to designate a school, I sit on the Heritage Advisory Committee. This is my first term on it. I do like the idea of designation, but I'm still the one thing that moves me to recognize the new school. I know the heritage stuff, but the new school, and having a school in the area. What happens if we don't have the school in the area? What happens if that, like I said before, it becomes boarded up and sits there for 3, 4, 5 years? This is what I'm hearing from school board. It might be. What do we do then? How do we look? How do I look? And again, like I said, safety in the school as it is now. If it takes 20, 30 million to fix, it takes 15, 19 to build new. So, Your Worship, I'm not going to go too far on it. I really had a tough time sitting here and saying, you know what, let's designate it. But the other side is telling me its designation might not get us to what we want. I do appreciate the old building, but the building has been left in disrepair for years and hasn't been looked after for some reason. I don't know why. I should have asked the school board for that in 20 years ago, or 15 or 20 years ago. Why didn't we designate it then? Why didn't we put some effort into it to making sure that it's going to go another 100 years? So, Your Worship, I'm going to stop now, and I won't be able to support the designation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councilor Ferreira. You have closed debate on this. If the motion passes, obviously, it's designated as a heritage site. If the motion is defeated, it will not be designated. We will not take a second vote to affirm that. We're clear? The motion is to approve it as a heritage site. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we'll move on to reports from Community Protective Services. Councilor Flagel. This is on the taxi bylaw changes.
Is to CR 14-75, changes to the taxi bylaw allow collection of electronic trip data. The requirements that the taxi broker use computer-aided dispatch technology, which requires by bylaw to record the data as outlined in the report. Requirement that taxi brokers submit the recorded data to the city and establish that it is an offense to falsify records as required to the pursuant bylaw. City solicitor to instruct and prepare the required amendment bylaw based on changes outlined in this report.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councilor Dowell, okay. Councilor Flagel, you want to continue on? I just want to get a seconder if you want to continue on.
Second? Somebody did?
We did, yes, Councilor
Okay.
Dowell.
Thank you. This report was brought forward to Community Protective, and it's to do with tracking the trips, giving the administration information as to the amount of licensing, et cetera, and that is something that we already have in the bylaws. It's just a matter of, I think this is going to put some teeth into it for collection, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of data. The delegations came forward, and basically the brokers, and asked that we not put the emphasis on them as much as the emphasis should be on the drivers to report the information. We discussed it. There's a possibility that one of the brokers came forward and asked if the word knowingly could be put into the bylaw to give them some discretion, I guess it would be, to put it forward from the drivers to the taxi cab companies. I looked at it. I asked the question because I'd asked them to give me a directive on what they exactly want, and that was basically the only word that they had, that they wanted that implemented in. And I'm not sure what that would do to the adjustment. And it says instead of suggest the word knowingly be added just before providing false, incomplete, and inaccurate information. Does that do anything to what we've proposed so far?
Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, our legal department may want to jump in, but generally that would make it unenforceable.
Unenforceable?
Unenforceable.
Unenforceable.
Yes.
Okay. And we're good with that?
Okay.
Mr. Weary, do you have any comments on that?
Your Worship, we would not support knowingly. It narrows the ability to enforce, requires specific intent to prove the offense. In our view, this is a regulatory offense that we would not recommend including that in the offense section.
Okay. Okay. I'm good with that. My point of this whole thing is that the body is regulating. We need the brokers to do it. They wanted the drivers to do it. But it's like in my industry, Canadian Real Estate Association puts the law down. Section 20 has to follow it. We have to follow what Section 21 says. It's back to the broker. So I'm good with this. Just thought we'd look at it and see what that word actually meant in terms of legal. And I think we're good with concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Flagle. Other comments on the report? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. I'll be brief. One, the reason we're doing this is because we've had debates for too long about how many taxis should be on the road. What we are asking for is information the same as other communities have, so we can look at how many taxis we need in our community. This is time to move on.
Councillor Murray?
Just one brief comment. When we were in Niagara Falls for FCM, had a cab ride, and I talked to the cabbie about when their busy season is. Busy season there is summertime, and they need all the cabs they can get. Wintertime, it all dies. So it tells me that every municipality is different. So we do need to have this information so we can get accurate counts so we know we're doing it correct. So I'm all for it. So thanks.
Okay, other Councillor Verdera.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question to administration. When we had the presentation with the taxi companies, we were talking about it. They didn't have enough time to debate all this stuff with us. They needed some more time and all that, and especially might be a little bit undue stress on them and all. Can you give me a little bit more on where all that stands? I mean, I just want to hear from administration, from their point of view, saying that they didn't have enough time. We didn't give them a paper. Everything was verbal. Can you give me a little bit about that, please?
They had more than enough time, Councillor Verdera.
Just want to hear it.
Mr. Carlson will tell you all about it.
Yes, Your Worship. At least I'll ask the person who will tell us all about it, Ms. Scherer, because we have been at this for a few years now.
Through your worship, we have had extensive consultation with the industry, starting with the taxi study that was eventually approved by City Council in 2012. That was almost a 2-year process, and the industry was involved in it. Data was part of that discussion. There were concerns then from the industry that they needed time to phase in. Council approved a phased-in approach, so they've had 2 years since the approval of the study to now. Detailed discussions began with them to grow on what they already knew in terms of data requirements. That was in the fall of 2013. There have been several meetings since, including working meetings, where the guidelines and spreadsheet were actually edited with the industry. So there have been a number of opportunities for input and discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions on the report? I have one to the administration. With the brokers asking that the drivers be primarily responsible for collecting the data, is that a form of just downloading the cost from this to drivers? In my view, the drivers would be the least able to pay for this. And it's something we've been asking for many years. Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, that would be one case as well as accountability. And I think actually Councillor Flagle's example of the realty industry, or we use the example of a building permit in which the general contractor is responsible or accountable for all of the subs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good, thank you. No other comments? I'll call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have the two bylaws. Councillor Young.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that two bylaws, bylaw number 2014-30, the taxi amendment bylaw, and bylaw 2014-38, the Regina traffic amendment bylaw, be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws number 2014-30 and 2014-38 be read a second time.
Any comments on those bylaws? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that Council hereby consents to bylaws number 2014-30 and 2014-38 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws number 2014-30 and 2014-38 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Young. We'll move to Community Protective Services, Harbour Landing Bus Service. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise in support of CR 1476, and it is for Councillor Hawkins, Harbour Landing Bus Service. So recommending that transit service for Harbour Landing Route 18 as outlined in Appendix A be approved and implemented September 8th, 2014. Copy of this report be forwarded to this meeting tonight for approval. Obviously, the committee recommended approval, and September 8th, you can let all your people know that we'll hopefully approve this and it'll go forward.
Seconder for the report. Councillor Hawkins had his hand up.
Good.
Any comments on the report? Councillor Dowell?
Thanks. Two things that come to my mind here. One is that good work by our staff, because we are extending bus service with existing resources, and I think that's brilliant, so good for them. Second thing is, if you'll recall, a few years ago, we listened to a plea from the university students about express services. One of them came from an area similar to what, not Harbour Landing, but from this area, and it did not work out, and we removed that service. So there was another route that came into play. What's happened here is that service requests, or the number of people riding the bus, has escalated, and it now goes back in service all the way to the university. Great stuff.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Findura?
Thank you, Worship. Just want to stand and say good job on transit to make it possible, and especially just a quick question on there are a lot of the employees that are traveling quite a distance to go to work at Harbour Landing, even from the east side. Just want to see how that helped, impacted the workers traveling to Harbour Landing, through your worship. If you have anything, that's good. If not,
would you have anything on that? Hard to determine that one, I think.
Yeah.
Your worship, no, I have no data on that.
Okay. This is just more of wanted to see, because the impact, I know the impact, your worship, is going to be great. And for what are our costs on making that extra loop? I don't think there's too much extra that's been added to it.
Your worship, this proposal that we have here will increase ridership at no additional cost. We have an extra layover right now that we can absorb the extra route to the west side of Harbour Landing Road.
So mainly just want to say thank you to the transit. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is CR 17-77, a interim fire service agreement.
Thank you.
Councillor Flagel.
The Global Transportation Hub Authority and the City of Regina entered an agreement, the continued agreement designated to negotiate a fire service agreement with Global Transportation Hub. Council approved an extension of the current interim fire service agreement between the city and Global Transportation. The nice part about this, and just looking down at the financial, is that, and I'm assuming this has been going on for a while, but we're generating revenue of $10,000 a month for this contract. And my understanding is once this contract is put in place officially, that rate will probably go up. But do we have any idea what that potential could be, or is it a negotiated contract still?
So before we answer that, I'll just get a seconder for the motion.
Please.
If I could get. Okay. Councillor Hinks? Okay, Mr. Carlson, can you answer that question?
Yes, Your Worship, I can. We're still in negotiations, and we're just looking for an extension because it's taken a little longer for a number of reasons, as outlined in the report. So it's difficult to say at this point exactly what that would be.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, we recommend concurrence in this report, and again, thank the administration for dealing diligently. If we can get $1 million a year, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any comments on the report? I have. Councillor Findura.
Thank you. To your worship, with adding the service, or the service is already at the Global, is that making any impact on the rest of the city, our operations, to your worship?
Mr. Carlson, you want to?
Your Worship, I think defer that to Mr. Kay of the Fire Department.
Sure.
Through you, Your Worship, the existing service hasn't been any different than it was when the city owned the lands in the GTHA area. So there is no impact to the service of the citizens of Regina.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Other comments on the question, on the report? I have one quick comment to make here. This is an important element of principle here for us. When the province introduced the legislation to take over the administration and effectively removed us as a taxing authority, we told them any service that they would get, they would pay for that on a true cost basis. Good to see it's going forward. Thank you very much for that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move to Executive Committee, 2014 Elected Officials Appointment. Councillor Young.
Your Worship, I bring forward CR 1478 from the Executive Committee of June 11th, and it's to appoint Councillor Bob Hawkins to the Arts Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2014, or until his successor is appointed, and we ask for concurrence.
Seconder for the motion. Councillor O'Donnell does that. Any comments on this appointment?
I just want to thank Councillor Hawkins for taking up the whatever it is. Slack? No, that's not it.
I second that too. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back to the Global Transportation Hub Authority for Finance Administration. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward 1479, and this is the Global Transportation Hub, and this is around assessment and taxation services. So not specifically the taxation, but the services that we provide to them. So if I have a seconder.
Seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks very much. So there's three parts to the recommendations coming from Finance Admin, and that would be the Executive Director of Planning negotiate and be delegated to the authority to negotiate and approve a 5-year agreement where the City of Regina and the Global Transportation Hub Authority regarding the assessment, taxation, services that we'll provide to them. And that part two, the Executive Director of Planning and Development be delegated his authority to extend the initial 5-year agreement on similar terms in further 5 years should the terms continue to be satisfactory for the city. And that the City Clerk be authorized to execute this agreement with the Global Transportation Hub and also by a form which is approved by the City Solicitor. So, Your Worship, those be the recommendations coming from Finance Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Comments on this report? I have a quick comment again to say this again is in keeping with us continuing to have the cost for collecting of taxes borne by the taxing those who receive the taxes. The taxpayers will not be doing that, so I'm very pleased that the administration is following through on that. Good job. All in favor of the report? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move on to Planning Commission, Quan Street East. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. It's an application for discretionary use, a proposed shopping center, 2101 East Quan Street. There's another circumstance where there is a building under construction, but they've decided to subdivide it to greater than 5. Therefore, the notion of a shopping center comes in. The building is there, the parking is still there, the notion of what was to be there is still there. It's just that there's more little places instead of big places.
Seconder for the report, please. Councillor Flagel.
Looking for concurrence, please.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on this?
Just a quick question on the, because where it is, it's in the area of Aaron's Road. We just did some work on passing another bigger project on University Park in that area. Can I get a little more on the impact of what's going to happen? My main concern would be then on the entrance of Aaron's Road into Quan's. That is right next door to this property that we're talking about. To Your Worship.
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, if I could just ask the councillor, are you seeking what sort of traffic modifications will be occurring?
No, I'm not just asking what the, we're looking at an impact in the area. We have a large build that's going to go on University Park Drive with 4 units of 300 some or 500 some, 300 some units, 220 units, I think. Now this is coming on too. My concern is the traffic on that corner of Aaron's Road and Quan's.
Oh, I see. I'll make one comment and then maybe defer over to Ms. Howerluck. But certainly this was always deemed or expected to be commercial. So when the neighborhood would have developed and done or submitted a traffic impact study, that would have anticipated a full build-out. So it's quite likely any improvements that are required have been identified for at some point in the future, and we would just monitor as we go to see if there are any type of traffic upgrades that would be required. Don't know if there's anything else to add that might have been specific.
Yeah, that's enough. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. Other questions on the report? Councilor, oh, you closed debate. Okay. I have a question of the administration. Public notice for this is while it is discretionary use, it must come to council and planning commission. I'm just wondering, it is a substantial change to the site. There's gold gyms there now, I believe, and there will be more added on there. So public notice, reaction on the public on this? Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, I will have to defer to Ms. Howrlock on this one, please.
Ms. Howrlock?
Through you, Your Worship, it was circulated, and there was some concerns brought forward by the community that there was an issue of it not following a proper process. But because the feeling was that they started the building ahead of time, but actually it was a permitted use when it was considered as a major arterial commercial, so less than the 5 units. It was a permitted use, so it just had to go through the building permit process. So I think there was some confusion when it went to the additional stall. It became a discretionary use, so it did go through the proper process. There was concerns regarding traffic and those things, but as Mr. Carlston said, when the original plans were done for this area, traffic impact assessment was done, and at this time there is no concerns that there'll be any more traffic issues.
Just to be clear, the original application for Gold's Gym was a permitted use. But the addition now we're seeing tonight obviously is discretionary use. So the residents in the area felt the original application didn't follow due process when in fact it did. They're aware of that?
Through you, Your Worship, at the Regina Planning Commission, we did make that clear to the community that came out to speak about it, that it was in fact following due process.
Any other comments from residents in the area about this, just how they feel, not so much about the original application, but the discretionary use one before us tonight?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's mostly about, I think, the traffic and the use of commercial within that area. I think there's some concerns with everything that's going on in this area in terms of the development that Councillor Findura referenced before. But overall, I think it had to do with the process of how the Gold's Gym, that portion of the building was originally, or that original building was processed.
Okay. Did the developer of the property discuss beforehand that they may be expanding the site later on? Do they indicate that, or was it just an afterthought, another opportunity afterwards? Ms. Horlock?
Through Your Worship, at this time, at the original application, I don't think it was talked about. I think there was the original thoughts it would only be the original unit sizes, but through looking at getting new tenants on, it was decided to expand. This use, this is, I believe, the 3rd time we've had to expand from this type of use where the building size isn't changing, it's just the number of bays is becoming larger. So we have been instructed to look at the definition of a shopping center, and we are going to bring some recommendations back to RPC in the fall regarding this definition specifically, because the building size is not changing and it meets all of the parking requirements.
I know it's getting late, but I just have one more question. How much physically bigger will it be now compared to the current application which was permitted use?
Through Your Worship, the building size will not change. It's just the number of stalls, so where the partition walls are going to be for the units. So it's actually just the number of units within the existing building. So no, the building will not change in size.
Thank you for that. Councilor Flagel.
That was just my clarification point. It's the same size.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You already spoke once on a report, sorry. So if no other speakers, then Councilor O'Donnell closes debate. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Ms. Harlock did a nice job of summarizing a few things. So I'll go back a little bit. One, this site has always been major commercial. It's always been MAC. There was a previous site that also was a MAC, and we decided to change that to become a housing. In other words, the amount of traffic should in fact be reduced because it was a housing development rather than a commercial development. This building is unchanged. The number of bays has increased. One of the concerns from the neighborhood, in addition to the usual traffic, et cetera, was that there'd be a restaurant in here. There was some discussion between the developer and the residents that in fact they would do some additional screening to the back of this. That it seemed to meet everybody's requirements, and we're good.
Good. I'll call it question on report. Council Dowell. Closed debate. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Information reports. We can take a motion for all four. Someone wants to move that? Councilor Bryce, seconder. Councilor Flagel. Any comments on any of the reports? Councilor Dowell.
I just want to make one comment on the housing statistics update. It's an absolute brilliant report. I love the way it's formatted, the way it sits. I'm going to copy that and take it with me when I go to speak. Well done.
Thank you for that. Incisive comment. Councilor O'Donnell, will you take the chair just for a moment? I want to speak to the FCM report.
Floor is yours.
Again, I know it's late. I'm going to be very brief on this one. This is a very important report. It is a report that came back from our trip to, firstly, to the Big City Mayor's Caucus and FCM. The report speaks to FCM and the Big City Mayor's Caucus preparation for the federal election, the utter disappointment of the federal response on infrastructure, where it appeared that we actually had the beginnings of a very solid funding level for the next 10 years. What we now have is a pittance of money in the first year, $210 million for Canada. So we're seeing very much an unfortunate process as we see further down the road on federal funding. With respect to housing, once again we see the federal government not really being clear on its housing priorities. It's not talking about a national housing strategy. Homelessness is a good issue to be speaking of, no question about that, but there's a broader mandate the federal government's missing out on. This report gives a good outline as to the discussions that took place at FCM and what may be happening next, certainly our preparations for the election. So I certainly move concurrence in the receiving file.
Thank you.
Other comments on any of the information reports? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now have a bylaw. Councilor Young.
My final bylaw of the evening, you'd be happy to know. So this bylaw is held over from the last meeting because it didn't receive unanimous approval to go forward to the third reading. So I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2014-40 going to third reading at this meeting.
This does not require unanimous consent, just majority. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2014-40 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move a motion to adjourn, please. Councilor Bryce, seconder, please. Councilor Flagel, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone, for a good night. We had opposition to that. Put that on the record.
Duly noted, that's all.